every time you try to do this with Kasai, you make him look more scholarly. Did you not say that?
I did say. Yes, I did.
Now, did I say
saw that
anything
comment.
about you agreeing with me?
No, brother. No, you didn't.
Thank you. King J just tried to put up a whole new clip talking about some, oh, see, you thought Ben Eden agreed with you. I never said he agreed with me. But he's telling you, you fucking suck at scholarship. That's what he's telling you.
Peace to y'all. I'm gonna jump back down. Just keep up the show, man.
Hey, yeah, he said last night that the Mount Ebla tablet was debunked, and it hasn't been debunked. The claims about it. So the Ebla tablet is authentic. It does have what we call proto Hebrew writing on it, or proto Canaanite writing on it, right? It's dated to like I think 1400 to the 1200, something like that BC.
Look, it's dated to the late Bronze Age, and I'm gonna be honest, like that's the only thing he actually brought a scholarly refutation to was the Mount Ebal curse tablet. I'm not gonna lie, scholars some disagree with what the scholars say, but now I just asked them who's the authority on the inscription, who actually handled the X-rays and stuff.
That was a great question too. That was a great question.
The scholars that's critiquing the artifact did not do the X-rays. The scholars that critiquing the artifacts and stuff, they're only going off what's being published. That's why I asked them who did the X-rays. The X-rays was not done by Bible believers or none of that. They completely worked with a whole different group of people and different groups of scholars that came out with these markings, and they just translated it. I read that in the live. So him keep bringing up the Mount Ebal curse tablet gonna be his death. He think that proves that he won a debate. But I'm sorry, y'all hear my dog, cause y'all hear my dogs. I'm finna walk into the house. I'm just getting off work, so I'm finna jump off the panel. I did want to say, Humble, we need to set up one more face off before the debate. Let's set up one more face off.
Got you.
What y'all debate about again? I guess I'll wait till the face.
Is the Canaanite God El the same God as the biblical God Yahweh?
Oh yeah. I forgot y'all was talking about that.
I appreciate letting me on.
Which way you go? Which way you going with that, Humble?
I'm saying they're the same.
Okay.
Humble gonna say they're the same.
That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, let's set up one more face-off, brother. I appreciate letting y'all alone. A1, you got my number, bro. Just hit me up. We can set up another face-off before the debate. And just hit me up, man. I appreciate y'all letting me on, but y'all hear my dogs, they whining. I just got in, so I'm gonna get off.
All right, Brody.
All right.
Peace, bro.
Peace. Have a good night.
All right, we turning it over to you, brother A1.
Yep. I'm gonna drop down. I'm screaming on my side too, man. So I'm gonna drop down and let brother present it, or the sister, whoever, or the brother present itself, and then I'll jump back up later, man. If I got some questions, let's go.
Knowledge born Allah. Peace. My phone is going crazy. I'm over here trying to navigate. I'm about to turn this thing upside down so I can't see who's calling. What a crazy day. Shout out Humble Mystic in the building, man. One of the best co-hosts on the internet. How you feeling today, Knowledge born Allah?
Look, it sounds like I jumped in the lion's den over here. I ain't trying to debate nobody, man. Y'all got it covered, okay?
Yeah. It's just us up here now, man. It's just us up here. It's safe right now.
It ain't never safe in no debate. You understand what I'm saying? Debate environment. So honest to the debate coliseum where the Titans clash, okay? Either you got it or you don't. You understand what I'm saying? So honest to you, A1, for what you have provided over here, a unique experience for our people to, show and showcase their intellectual prowess, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, good, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Let me get these links pulled up that you sent over, that I got sent over to me from you. And can you tell the people who you are what you represent, what you standing on, and also where they can find you. We'll start with that.
For the people that's listening, can y'all hear me okay? First of all, before I get into
Yes, sir.
my tirade over here, am I
Mhm.
good?
You're great.
Am I coming in good? All right. So I'm Knowledge One Allah, host and founder of Do Knowledge Radio, award-winning platform dedicated to the authentic representation of Black people via their story, via their journey, via their knowledge, skills, talents, and abilities. A platform that's been around for 11 years now, over 4,000 episodes and counting. Shout out to my brother Swab for the referral over here, and also, shout out from Dr. Inky. He said he had a great time over here when he came through. Y'all showed him some love, so definitely that. Author of this ebook series, a 13-part series dedicated to the proper reformation and representation of Black people. So just really here to spread the good word in regards to our, reformation via these books as a microcosm for the macrocosm of the Voices of the Diaspora web series, docu-series. Yeah, so I appreciate the invite. Appreciate the connection from Swab Boss and the fam. So,
Tell the people exactly one more time where they can find you at.
wherever they find this name at, either on Facebook, Instagram, at Knowledge Born a Lot 357 on Instagram, or anywhere where this name is, and my platform is Do the Knowledge Radio. That's DOTHAKNOWLEDGERADIO. So if you want to come through, share your stories, share your journey, we can get into that.
And this is the audio book right here, one of many that you have. Voices of the Diaspora, Volume 1.
Yes, this one is dedicated to the entrepreneur. It has music, so it's not an audio book. I know people see the thing immediately and they be like, "Oh, okay, he about to read it to me." Like, come on, fam! Like, you got to do a little something for yourself. You know what I mean? So, but each volume is scored properly with the right sort of music from different artists that have come on to the Knowledge Radio, and in collaboration with a lot of different people over the years. So each volume is dedicated to a particular purpose. Now, volume 1, this was my infancy stage in regards to putting these things together. But these books are dedicated to bridge the gap in between generations, and our young people are caught with the task of seeking to go to school, and they get indoctrinated versus motivated. They don't see themselves, they don't learn about themselves unless it's a subset of something that is counterintuitive to them. You know what I'm saying? So in most of those cases, right there. So if you have an entrepreneur in your family, or you have an entrepreneurial spirit, this short volume is dedicated to the Black entrepreneur. So
let me read a little bit of this introduction that you have here, so that way we can, I'll catch up with exactly what it's about and let the people know. Entrepreneurship has always been a vital component of economic empowerment within the Black community. It represents not just a means of financial independence, but also a powerful tool for social change, innovation, and community upliftment. Black entrepreneurs have consistently defied the odds, creating businesses that provide essential services, generate employment, and foster community development. Voices of the Diaspora, stories of Black entrepreneurs building a better future, is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and unwavering spirit of Black entrepreneurs who continue to break barriers and pave the way for future generations. Let me drop a bomb right there on that one, because one thing we love to do is pay homage to the elders who have paved the way for what we're doing right now. So shout out to the Sal's and the Debate Talk for Yous and the Sonetters and the Black Magic 363s and all of the pillars of the community and people who paved the way for this to happen. Voices of the Diaspora. Wait, did I already read that part?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This book. Where was I? Ingenuity to break through this work. We aim to inspire.
This book seeks to highlight the
Okay,
stories of Black entrepreneurs who are making
This book.
significant impacts. All right, go ahead.
This book seeks to highlight the stories of Black entrepreneurs who are making significant impacts in various industries. By sharing their journeys, challenges, and triumphs, we hope to provide a source of inspiration and practical insights for aspiring entrepreneurs. Each chapter delves into different aspects of entrepreneurship, from historical context and modern innovations to overcoming obstacles and building support systems. Ultimately, this book is a celebration of the entrepreneurial spirit and a call to action for supporting and nurturing Black-owned businesses. That's powerful right there. She said she started reading it today. This is volume 1, OTK. It's a global thing. Yep. So definitely we already see you already got some fans in the crowd. Yeah.
Salute. Right. So
Suave has been sharing it around. So shout out Suave Boss as well. What
Right.
I'm going to do is put all of these links that I have in the description. Oh, I can't do that. I will start copying these into the comments though.
I do have a PayHip link. If you want to post that out, I can send it to you real
Gotcha.
quick.
If you
So
can send it to me, or if you can type it in the chat. I don't know if you have access to that from the device you're on.
but if it's a link, I don't know if it's going to show up, right? Because I'm not an admin over here.
I think I can improve it. So if you post it, I think I can have it show up for you. Let's give it a shot first. Oh yeah, I like this.
So
this
you
is
know, every volume has a soundtrack, right? So the first 5 volumes were written by me, but illustrated by my brother D Banks of D Banks Designs. He did an amazing job. And then, volume 6 through volume 9, and then the 4 standalone volumes, I did them all myself after that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, let me post the link to this in the chat. So, and this is free, right? Correct?
No,
For everyone. These are free?
no.
No. How did I get a free copy?
You invited me on, so
Oh, so don't post this link. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I almost posted it.
Yeah, I got a I put the link up there. I don't know
Good.
which
See, I got it open so anybody could post links, man. I'm not no hater, man.
Oh, it's all good. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know because the thing disappeared on most of the that show you my YouTube age, right? You put a link up there.
Most people have it like that though. People try to spam and promote their stuff, but I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah.
If they think that my page is popular enough to come and promote over here and try to use the traffic that we've generated, come on and help us run the algorithm up. I'm not tripping.
Yeah, so these topics are applicable to everybody worldwide. So, I approach things from my own center, but my center is not for everybody. You understand what I'm saying? So when you write something and you put it out there for public consumption, you're no longer the hero in your story, right? So there's some name recognition, there's some photo recognition, with the people in hopes that the young people who see it, that they find themselves in a position which they connect and reconnect back with that spirit of entrepreneurialism that is something that we can find in our culture anywhere on the planet. So this is Voices of the Diaspora. So anywhere in the world, there's a marketplace. And we used to have marketplaces, right? We used to have marketplaces, and we used to support one another in that regard. So the resurgence of the marketplace went from something that was deemed great to something that was deemed criminal. So if you see, the brother and the sister on the corner selling things, you think nefarious before you think positive. But we go into these other stores and get this bad food and these bad products, and we look at it as righteous versus nefarious. So the family in the business aspect is something that we should encourage and go back to. So I see you got volume 2 up here real quick, and volume 2 is dedicated to the black woman, because if we are black people, there is no black people without no black woman. You understand what I'm saying? So despite the greatest attempt of our enemies to present us at odds with one another in this gender war, a lot of these things are contrived. They know ad dollars and revenue comes with with drama and mess. So anything that they could do to distort our lens with one another, they'll do so, and they have done so. So we can't continuously fall victim in that space in regards to the dishonor and misrepresentation of our mother. We all come from a mother. You understand? So this volume is dedicated to the Reformation. Our young black girls don't need to be overly sexualized and preyed on. They deserve to grow up in a society where they can grow and blossom into the women of the future. So if we give them a blueprint or a black print of excellence, then that's what they'll model. If we give them degeneracy, that's what they'll model. You understand what I'm saying? So this volume is dedicated, to our mothers, to our sisters, to our wives, to our daughters, to our nieces, to our cousins, to our grandmothers, great-grandmothers, and the like, and all those divine matriarchs from that great line of divine that we descend from and ascend back to. So in essence, doing that work.
Let me go ahead and read this introduction over here to Voices of the Diaspora, 100 Inspiring Black Women Who Changed the World. Welcome to Voices of the Diaspora, 100 Inspiring Black Women Who Changed the World. This book is a celebration of the remarkable achievements of Black women who have shaped our world through their courage, innovation, creativity, and determination. From trailblazers who broke barriers to modern-day heroes who continue to inspire, this collection of stories is designed to educate, motivate, and empower the next generation of women to pursue their dreams and make a difference in the world. Through these pages, you will discover the powerful journeys of women who have excelled in various fields, including science, medicine, business, art, sports, and activism. Each chapter delves into the lives of these extraordinary women, highlighting their struggles, triumphs, and the legacy they have left behind. Our aim is to provide a source of inspiration and practical insights for young women, showcasing the limitless possibilities that lie ahead when you dare to dream big. Definitely going to make sure my daughter gets a bite of this.
Definitely. And salute to Swab. I see him in the building. And what I'll do, A1, you pick 5 people and you can send them the series, the entire series. You pick 5 people that's consistent in your chat, however you want to deal with it. 5 people, 5 families can get the books for free. So if OTK is one of them people you pick, because he was like, damn, until you said that free question. You understand what I'm saying?
Is one. The first 4 people that email me, TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com, you'll get the links. And shout out Born Divine Allah. I mean, Knowledge Born Allah, because I wasn't going to do that for you. I was going to make you buy him and support. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate whoever else want to support, but on the strength of you, on the strength of Swab, on the strength of this platform, and the people still listening, want to make sure that this information gets out. Because, like I said, this is a microcosm of a macrocosm. We have films coming out, we have documentaries coming out, we have a docuseries that we're building and looking to fund. Taping, interviewing, getting people's ideas and thoughts and all of that, because we are not a monolith. That's very true. However, our young people are very impressionable. So if they see themselves and they think that the only way that they can get some attention from the world is to be degenerate, they'll be degenerate. If they act other than self, all of these things out there, they're pushed, they're popularized. They mastered the algorithm in that way. So imagine us doing something righteous and allowing that and saying, okay, the only thing I want in my algorithm is something righteous. Then people will start doing those things. Black people don't have to be performative in order to be recognized. They can be recognized for who they are. Your life is important. Your life has value and matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So we push in this narrative of reframing and reshaping what we accept for value and what we deem valuable. Because what we deem valuable is what the world deems valuable. If we think, mess is valuable, then the world starts pushing us mess, right? So the world is one big physical algorithm that seeks to see what the black people here in America and all through the diaspora is doing and finding ways to peddle things that they think that we like. So they're watching. All right, so you got volume 9 up there. I think that's
Yep,
right.
Voices
Yeah,
of the Diaspora, Volume 9.
right.
I like
So
the title, Mastering the Craft of Telling Your Own Black Story. I thought
right.
that was powerful right there. You want to
It's a perfect caveat in
the
regards to what it was. Right. Of course the black woman is there, right? So that muse that motivates you from the unseen realm and our linkage back to our ancestors. Our ancestors survived one of the greatest holocausts in regards to the experimentation that's is known as America. So whether you're indigenous to this landmass or you come from someplace else, the atrocities that befall you have befallen you here, regardless, right? Haj Malik Al Shabazz, brother Omar Wali, affectionately known to the world as Minister Malcolm X, said the same rabid dog that bit you bit us too. So, from the diasporian perspective, wherever this rabid dog has gone, it has bitten somebody that looks like you and I. You understand what I'm saying? At home and abroad. So, crafting your own message, your talents, your skills, your gifts. This is a master volume for you to be able to learn the craft and the importance of sharing your story. So if we look at story, automatically we might think of going to something fiction, but all stories aren't fiction. There are nonfiction stories that are out here, your life, something biographical, something autobiographical. So falling back in love with you in regards to your story. Like I shared my story in one of the standalone volumes, From Nameless to Knowledge. So just a glimpse in regards to who I am and how I live my life. So in these aspects, I want, to imbue our people with utilizing one of the greatest mechanisms in the world to be able to share that message with the world, and that's in your story. So if you rap it, if you dance it, if you sing it, if you're a chemist, if you're an agriculturalist, whatever those meanings is in regards to your purpose, there's a story that led you there, and it's a story that keeps you going. So bringing these worlds together to craft a message of empowerment for a future, something that is sustainable, something sound on the ground while you're still around. Honest to Yana Dr. Khaled Abdul Muhammad. I'm gonna read something.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna comment on what you just said. You were talking about your self story, and no matter how you tell it, it's important. There's something that touches on mental health too. A person's self narrative and their story about themselves and how they view themselves in comparison to the world, I guess, is important. And so this is definitely dope that you touched on this. And I was looking at what it says right here. Storytelling is both a weapon and a bridge. It is a fire that warms us in the cold of erasure and the light that guides us through the fog of misrepresentation. For centuries, our stories have been stolen, silenced, and distorted, yet they remain. They remain because we remain. When I founded do the Knowledge Radio, I built a living archive of Black genius. It became a space where our voices could rise unfiltered, where our truths could be spoken without apology, and where our stories could be preserved for the generations yet to come. This book is an extension of that mission. It is a call to every Black person to reclaim the authorship of their life, their history, and their identity. Too often, we've been told who we are by those who profit from our pain. Too often, our narratives have been twisted into tools of oppression, but no more. To write your story is to wield power. To speak your truth is to build a bridge between the past and the future. To share your voice is to liberate not just yourself, but your people. This book is a guide and a blueprint for revolution. It will teach you how to write, record, and share your story with the world. It will show you how to turn your pain into purpose, your voice into a weapon, and your truth into a legacy. As you turn the pages, remember, you are the grit of your own life. You are the keeper of your people's flame. And your story, your Black story, is the key to our collective liberation. That's powerful, right there.
Now look at the young man. You understand? Ain't that's enough for you to want to clean yourself up, want to stand up and make sure that he gets the right information? You see what I'm saying? Like, look at this future. Look at this future. This future is by your own design, by your own authorship. So not just the book aspect, but the life aspect, going from the book aspect to the life aspect. So from the life aspect, inspiring the book, and then the book aspect, inspiring the life. So what sort of life do you want to leave when you're no longer here in the physical realm? When you return back to the realm of your ancestors or the right hand of the Father, however you size it in regards to your community, what will be said about you in your absence, whatever you leave behind or you don't leave behind? So in essence, you are writing your own story in between those two dates that's on the dash that might be on your headstone. The day you were born and the day you made transition. What you do in between is up to you. But it's enough. It should be enough for the people who come after you to inherit something of the greatness that is your life, that is your legacy.
Hey.
All right, so you got the power. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just skimming through stuff. You can keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
you got the power of the Black family, right? Yeah. So this one was one that was near and dear. I wrote this, as a gift to the world for my existence, right? I wrote this book and From Nameless to Knowledge in the same week. And I wanted it to be done to present to the world by my physical day, by my born day, by my God day of June 2nd of last year. So I sat down and got to work and got to writing, and I was peering in my mind in regards to the essence of Black family. Like, we hear about Black family, but Biggie said, don't get no money with your family. He said money and blood don't mix. Like, two, you know what I'm saying? Like, like he said that. So that became a narrative, and that was the 10 crack commandments, right? One of the 10 crack commandments, right? And that's the furthest thing from the truth. The furthest thing from the truth. Every business you walk into is somebody's family business, whether the name is on the door or not. They get together and they bombard the world with their family empire. So if we are in business for ourselves, we're going to somebody else's family business. In the realm of sales, back to the entrepreneurial volume, in the realm of sales, either you're selling or you're being sold to. So when you go into Walmart, that's somebody's last name. You go to Disney, that's somebody's last name. You understand? So they have some sort of conglomerate together, whether it's one family or a group of families that come together to get into your pocket and get into your family's pocket. I'll talk about McDonald's for just for an example. One of the reasons why people go to McDonald's is not the food by itself. They create an experience with their family for future generations. McDonald's had got slick over the last 2 decades, and he added that little place. So if you a mama or you a father, you pull over into McDonald's, you could get some inexpensive food, quote unquote. I don't know if it's still expensive or not, but they have this place in it, and you get a break for a second. You get to sit down, take a load off, get your mind together. But what you just introduced is the reason why your children's children is going to go to McDonald's because of that same experience. It's a shared experience. You took them there when they were young. They were impressionable. They got the place, so they're going to take their children. And McDonald's stays in business based off of that addition, that small addition, because it went from catering to the young people to the young families. So they set something up from a generational space. You understand what I'm saying? So they prepare your imagination to do that. The same thing with Chuck E. Cheese or any of these other places that you take them. They bank off of this family environment and they get it to you. But then they tell you don't go in business with your family. Who else's family is just going to let you go in and build an empire? You understand what I'm saying? So the approach behind or the thought behind and the rationale behind the power of the Black family is to reignite the spark where we look within. And Brother A1, I don't deal with it from the lofty, romanticized perspective. I deal with it from the traumatic to the triumphant. So if your family is the cause of your trauma, in most cases, you can't look to them and say, oh, this is the place where I'm going to be triumphant. You're going to go someplace else. You're going to go with somebody who might hit you with that mind map, and you be thinking, oh, okay, this is where I'm going to win. This is where I'm going to be victorious. And you are lamb being led to the slaughter. You understand what I'm saying? Because your family. But if you deal with your family from the space of being triumphant, every place else you're going to be able to recognize that trauma. So dealing from the trauma aspect and the root cause analysis to the triumphant. So dealing with that aspect of the degenerates and all of these other ways that we picked up along the way that we adopted, and we call that family. We call tough love and berating you and disrespecting you and say, nah, I saw love, man. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so we get into these aspects of the traumatic space, and we deal with it epigenetically. So when your family comes with a family idea of like, hey, I want to open this, they're like, man, get this fool out of here, get this N-word out of here, get that B-word, who she thinks she is, who he thinks he is. So they don't go to you. They go to somebody who's going to use them and abuse them, because that's what's being presented to them. So if we deal with the trauma and we deal with the drama and we eradicate that, we can come to the table and begin to build as we did, prior to now. You understand what I'm saying? So the power of the Black family is one of those things where we can sit down as a family and be like, hey, fam, what's going on? Like, hey, the reason why I don't tell y'all nothing because y'all be bugging. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got all of the jokes and none of the solutions. When I sit down with these people, they're coming to the table like, oh, I got 500, I got this, that. So if you don't have that bond with your family, if you don't have any of these aspects in regards to your family, they're going to go to somebody else's family. If you don't have a job, a role, a thing of employment within your family, they're going to go work for somebody else's family. You understand what I'm saying? So that genius and that brilliance and that empowered Black mind is going to be put to use for somebody who is working for our detriment on a 24/7 basis. So we got to deal with that accordingly.
And I got your Cash App on the screen real quick. Yeah, everybody hit up his Cash App, Knowledge Born Allah. Show him some love. And again, the link is in the chat where you can find his stuff at. He's Knowledge Born Allah on IG too as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Knowledge Born Allah
357. Okay, yeah. Knowledge is on the screen for anybody who wants to get in contact with him and support what he's doing, or maybe even get him on your platform as well. And again, hit that Cash App up. Let's go to a word from our sponsors. I'll keep that on the screen while I play this Cash App ad.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Back to you.
That was a dope commercial. You know what I'm saying? I need to step my game up. You understand what I'm saying? I need to
Appreciate
step
you.
my game up, folks. Yeah. You got something on the screen, or were you going to read it, or?
No, I was just skimming through so people could see.
Okay,
it.
okay.
Did you want me to
Right,
go to
so
one?
we're dealing with the like I was saying, from the traumatic to the triumphant. You understand what I'm saying? And these are books that are in a series, but all of them are standalone. You can start anywhere. You don't have to start at volume one. You know, they're presented as they were written. So they're all designed to build your own curriculum. So, you know, if you're still in a space where you're sending your children to public school, this should be something that you could utilize for family time, something you could use on the weekend, something you could deal with before school, after school, however it goes. You know, set aside some time in regards to what you do with your family to start to get into the mind and hear their thoughts, hear where they're at, hear what their challenges are, and look, ways to find common ground in regards to changing those challenges into something where they become champions. They go from being challenged to being champions. When they realize that they can win with their family, they're going to bring all of these aspects that are plaguing them to you for y'all to be able to work through and work out as a family. If you have a homeschool curriculum, if you have a homeschool co-op, if you have a independent school, charter school, whatever the case may be, if you're looking for something to supplement and to spark the minds of young people where they can see themselves, where they can feel themselves, where they can be heard and seen, this is, this curriculum is designed for them, designed for the educated, designed for the parent, designed for the brother, designed for the sister, designed for the family. Like, nobody wins when the family feuds. That's what Jay said in that song. So nobody wins when the family feuds. So the family is feuding. The other families who are parasitic or wolf-like or predatory, they're encircling them, but they're looking for that weakness. So don't allow these people that are without to drum up or stir up an enemy from within.
Let's go.
You about to read something? You got something?
Oh yeah, this is the forward from The Power of the Black Family. It reads: the story of the Black family is one of profound brilliance, resilience, and enduring love. More than a story of bloodlines, it is a monumental narrative of culture, spirit, and connection that has withstood centuries of trials, tribulations, and triumphs. At the heart of this enduring story lies a vibrant tapestry of traditions, ancestral wisdom, and the quiet yet mighty strength passed down through generations. The Black family has been and continues to be a sanctuary of hope, a foundation of identity, and a wellspring of unyielding love. That was fire right there. Yeah, I wanted to make sure everybody got a bite of that. Some
So
people
that,
I know there's some people, somebody needed that right there. Somebody needed that positivity in their life. Go ahead and support this brother and his works. He's got a full collection of books that he has dropped. And again, can you paste that link again to where they can go ahead and buy that in the chat, and I'll put it on the screen again.
and also, in addition, if someone wants to book for like workshops, or they want to have a round table, I do have accessibility to come in with a team of mine to get the family together. The tactical training volume, if you go to it real quick, Secure the Legacy. It's also something that's apropos for now. There's hints of a war climate, so I know the folks that's in the scripts, wars and rumors of wars and pestilence. They already understood what time it is. You understand what I'm saying? So the mechanism in regards to securing the legacy becomes something of utmost importance, right? So if your family is together and y'all are on one accord, then provisions should be checked. If y'all looked at that movie, Leave the World Behind type of situation, and they had Kevin Bacon's character in there. He was a prepper, and through his prepper network, he had got an advance warning of what was about to come to where they were. So if you're building these types of presets with your family, this is another aspect. So you're prepared for any sort of eventuality. And when I was working in South Carolina contracting, and my children were in North Carolina, and I couldn't get to them, guess what? They were prepared. You understand what I'm saying? They were prepared. So I didn't have to physically be present for my children to be prepared for them to survive the lights going out, the hurricanes coming through the area, all of that. They were prepared. They had their bug out bags. They bugged in. They was good to go. So they had already had it in their minds based off of our own tactical training. You see what I'm saying? So it's not something that sounds lofty, as if this is not something tried and tested. So, this volume is dedicated to these particular aspects of the extreme to, the trivial. If you're driving in your car, what do you have in your car? You understand what I'm saying? Like, cars break down, traffic get crazy, and then people get crazier. You know what I mean? So are you mindful of those things? If you're traveling with your family, if you're traveling with some of your elders, and you have their medication in the car. You understand what I'm saying? If you with diabetics, do you have something in regards to provision? Do you have something on you to have something on you in case? You understand what I'm saying? You need to do what you need to do to be able to defend yourself and your family. All of these aspects. If you had to stay on the side of the road for an extended period of time, are you prepared? So not from that space of doom and gloom, but from a space of clarity. So that level of focus. What would you rate your level of situational awareness? Could you size up a situation that's a threat, that's an immediate threat, or a natural disaster? Where you live? Do you live in a flood zone? You understand what I'm saying? Like, these are things that you take into account in regards to how you prepare. I was in the military for 17 years. 5 of those years I was in combat, 4 trips to Iraq and 1 to Afghanistan, and then a host of other places all over the planet. So this is from lived experience, and not me just inferring from my mind where things are scenario driven. Like, these are aspects where which, it was a life or otherwise situation. So bringing these skills back and, adding on to our family, because our survival is unique and our situations are unique. We're not like everybody else on the planet. They have their own things and how they move and operate, but we have our own mechanisms. So again, another aspect in regards to that adage, the family that prays together stays together. The family that trains together also stays together. So we put that all together, and prayer should be a part of your regimen. Prayer should be a part of your training mechanism, if that's your cultural inclination. You see what I'm saying? So we're putting all of these aspects in regards to that together, so you have a complete package from the entrepreneur aspect all the way through to the thought leaders, the revolutionary, to those who are dealing with science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, to every aspect in regards to content creation, narration, all of these aspects down to this aspect right here. If you are affiliated with a religious or political or spiritual group and y'all are not discussing this, then y'all need to bring somebody in who can help orient your mind and your psyche and get you in a readiness sort of mind state versus thinking you're just going to be good to go. And in a war posture sort of situation, a couple of things happen. There are rolling blackouts and also rolling brownouts. So things getting scrubbed from the internet, and then periods where the internet is just out as these things happen and develop. And, there's things that happen. Like we're going into hurricane season, right? A lot of things are happening. 6 years ago around this time, this place had announced the pandemic, official pandemic sort of situation. And a lot of things were happening and things changed, right? So being mindful of all of these situations, from the fiscal and the economic standpoint, there's talk of another, what they call it, another crash. You see what I'm saying in regards to that? So just being mindful of what that means for you at your level and what that means for you, for your family. So, piss poor planning leads to poor performance, right? You see what I'm saying? So that getting that together in your mind and having your plan, right? So if the only drills you have is a fire drill and a hurricane drill, then there's some more drills that you need to incorporate into your family system. And again, as I stated, I'm available as a resource in that regard to be able to help guide and motivate families in training mechanisms. I'd rather you ask those questions in the training environment versus you in a real life environment and you don't have something to do in it and cost you something or your family something. So I wrote that volume with that in mind.
Amazing. I wanted to go through some of these chapters
Okay.
to show everybody what you were getting into in this one, even though you did just explain it pretty well. Let me zoom in real quick. Here we go. Chapter 1, Foundations of Preparedness, the psychology of survival and self-defense, cultural legacy of resilience from maroon societies to modern survivalists, risk assessment for urban versus rural households, building a family mission plan. Very important stuff in here. Concepts that, people may not be thinking about or may have not thought about. Being stuck in survival mode, living check to check in the day to day.
Right.
We're on the brink of World War III right now. So, this is something to take heed to right now, I believe. Like you say, it was this apropos for what's going on. Is that what you said?
Right. Yeah. Right.
For the times right now. Basic and advanced home fortification strategies, DIY upgrades, doors, windows, perimeters, and choke points, perimeter lighting, cameras, barriers. Okay, a whole survival guide. Chapter 3, fire and steel, personal home weapon selection, evacuation drills, shelter in place protocols, room clearing exercises, communication under fire, hand signals, codes, fallback plans, role assignments for kids, elders, and teens. Very important stuff, Like you said, proper preparation prevents poor performance.
Right.
Stay on your 5 Ps.
And I put those boots and the helmet up there, because I heard something in the internet, in the internet streets, and they'd be like, "Yeah, man, I'm boots on the ground over here," blah blah blah. I just want to tell the family from a militaristic perspective, boots on the ground means how many caskets and how many body bags they need. So if they send 50,000 troops into a region, they got 50,000 caskets and they got 50,000 body bags. Okay, so they're prepared to lose the amount of people that they send into a region. So this is what is left of you after uh, you taking up out of here. You got your helmet and your boots. So, we come through and salute your boots and your weapon system and your helmet, if it's any of that left of you. So just being mindful of the phraseology that we use and popularize and put out there. So you see the protective mask and then the visual of the car, like your car should be something that you're able to, have these things in, on deck, first aid kit, anything like that, all of the aspects. If you turn the page real quick, just my favorite part right here. All right. So A1, you been to the range before?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Yes,
you
sir.
pretty good at the range?
I'm decent. I haven't been in 2 years though. I'm not gonna lie.
You listen, just leave it right there real quick. I just want the people to know something. When you went to the range, what was your experience like? Who did you see up in there?
Uh, More white folks than black folks, if that's what you're getting at.
That's a perfect thing, right? And if you look at that, the people who go to the range are the people who are trained versus the novices that might go to the range and think, okay, they're there for their first time. But a range is no place for you to train. I want y'all to hear what I'm saying. A range is no place for you to train. I see Elder Yara in the building. Salute to my brother. There's no place for you to train. It gives you a false sense that you have the capability to be able to eliminate a threat. So the people who eliminate threats, they go to the range for their camaraderie type of situation, and they go to the place in regards to gauge. But the people there are already trained. They're there, and they're there to surveil you, to see who you come in with, what sort of weapon systems you have, and your ability to be able to fire. A lot of law enforcement people and those people from those particular backgrounds, they go there. That's their place. That's their breeding ground. And the reason why I say that for us specifically, if somebody is coming to approach you, they're not waiting until you have some safety glasses on and some earplugs in your ears, and you in a proper position to be able to execute what you need to execute with that weapon system. So it gives you a false sense of you thinking you have the set ability to be able to do what's necessary, right? So you train in the military. They taught us you train as you fight. So if you're in an environment and it's not high stress, unless you go to a range where somebody is firing back at you, you have no clue what you're going to do in a situation when somebody is laying down fire at you. You don't know who you are until you're in those situations, right? So realistically, in that regard, you train under extreme duress, so it becomes something that's second nature to you. You're not worried about the duress. You're operating from a space of clarity and not from a space of fear. Because if you operate from a space of fear, either you or somebody you love is going to get hurt in that. And then now you go from an asset to a liability.
Let's go. I'm glad I got a copy of this one. This is gonna be the first one I check out. Appreciate you, brother. And again, the first 5 people that hit my email, TitansDebateLeague@gmail, will get a copy of the series. Free of charge from Knowledge Born Allah. Appreciate you, brother.
All good. I'm thankful for the opportunity to dialogue with your audience. So if anybody got any questions, anything like that, I'm here to answer.
Let me drop that link in the panel. Yara might want to come up here, somebody.
Shout out to Humble too. I see you, brother. You understand what I'm saying? I see you. Yeah, questions, comments, anything.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, if I may, I was listening to a lot of what you were saying, brother, very intently. I like information like this because it's practical and is applicable, right? It's so interesting. I was going to do a live earlier about um, things that are applicable in our life, right? We can get up here and we could talk about ancient Kemet, and we could talk about the Syrians, we could talk about the Jordan River and the pyramids, but what's really important is how we apply the information that we gather. And that's if we're even gathering applicable information, right? And so I appreciate you for bringing to us something that is applicable, something that we can apply to our lives right now. We ain't got to wait 30 years, or this is not outdated information. This is something that we can literally start to do right now. One of the I found a couple interesting things you were talking about that I want to touch on. The power of the black family, trauma and drama. I love that you touched on that. I come from a big family myself. I'm the youngest out of 10 children. And me personally, I take it just the era I was born in, right? I was equipped with with a lot of things that my older brothers and sisters didn't have, right? So I was in the era with the internet, and I was in the era with the social medias, and now they don't know how to use any of it. But so when I come and I try to show them, well, back in the day, however, when I come, I used to try to show them, hey, well, like we can use this for this. Or, hey, this is how you do this for this. Just like you were saying earlier, they be, man, what you know about this? We ain't doing that. That ain't about. But now we see, like, dang, 10 years later, like, oh, snaps, people becoming rich off of this. We could have been doing this back then. I was telling y'all that. So that's something you touched on. It starts with self. Something you also touched on that I was paying attention to was when you was talking about your own personal journey and what sparked all of this for you. And that's something that me personally, I take great interest in. It all starts with self, and I talk about that a lot because that's something that I apply for myself. That's something I had to apply to get to a level of awareness that I've achieved, whereas I had to understand that there was no savior coming to save me. There's nobody or no being or nothing waiting to say, hey, this is what it is, and I'm going to just give it to you. No, you have to figure these things out. You have to go and do your work by yourself. You got to sit down. You got to meditate. You got to do your self work. You see what I'm saying? And that's where the clarity comes. That's when you actually start figuring out this thing that we call life and how to operate in this thing that we call life. Not from a fear-based perspective or reactionary perspective, but from a grounded, intuitive perspective, so to speak. So I like when you touched on that. And treat your brothers like you would the outsiders. I like how you touched on that as well. We don't go begging McDonald's to give us free burgers. We don't go to Walmart, asking them for handouts and things of that nature. But when it comes to our own people, right, we always try to get something for free. We always try to get around the system or beat the system, or it's always got to be an issue with transactions from our own people. And once we acknowledge that and strengthen that bond between one another, I feel like our economics can grow much larger than what we've seen it do in the past 10, 20 years, So those are the three main things that you touched on here tonight that it touched on me and it weighed on me, and I keenly paid attention to, and I had to jot that stuff down to not forget it. And I was like, yeah, these are some things I got to put in my note. And I appreciate you for that knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Well, I appreciate you. The youngest of 10. The youngest of 10. So your role in the family is the same as the role that you on, even though it's discouraging at times. You have the benefit of everybody who came before you. So prayerfully, your parents, their parenting style changed with you drastically different than it was with your older siblings, right? So if their approach to you was something different, and then your siblings looking at you like, mommy would have killed me for that, daddy would have, you know what I'm saying, would have tore me out the frame for that. I don't know how you're getting away with that. You're supposed to get better with each time, right? So the eldest child, the middle child, and the youngest child, they all have different roles, right? So understanding those roles, like in this book, we're talking about giving people roles. You see what I'm saying? So in the egalitarian family, due regard is placed to what everybody provides. And the reason why I put everybody in the family, because everybody in the family is responsible for the family's survival and thrival from different aspects. So you have the benefit of 9 elder siblings, right? So you being the youngest, you're a lot more mature than people in your peer group because you had the benefit of so many different people that came before you. All of their lived experience are housed in your genetics, and then the benefit of seeing change and reformation, everybody changing, growing up, and all of that. So in that time frame, you become the archivist of the family. So the youngest child, 9 times out of 10, is the one that's in that place, and they get that benefit. You know, I have 6 siblings, right? I got 3 older and 3 younger. I'm smack dab in the middle. Shout out to the middle, the knee babies. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody has that story. So you have a story, and then in that volume 9 aspect, you could interview all 9 of your siblings and get 9 total different experiences on how they grew up. So you might see them in a different sort of likeness based off of their own interactions. So again, there's power in our families, right? From the traumatic to the triumphant, however we look at it in that regard. So you got a fact-finding mission to be able to share things with them from a time that they don't know, and they have a fact-finding mission to share things with you that you don't know from their time. So it's very, very important and critical that we share stories with one another and not wait till somebody pass to, you know, these things that come out. These family secrets and all of this stuff are harming us epigenetically in all kinds of ways. So from the spiritual to the mental to the emotional and to the physical. So reforming, right? In that aspect. So, you know, that's a perfect example for you in your share to actually look at that, right? So you are the sum total of the people who came before you. So not that's just your sibling. Now think about from an ancestral perspective, the people who lived before you. The thing that you do well, one of the things that you do well doesn't have its beginning with you. It's a continuation with you with somebody who lived before you. So imagine if you tapped into your family and figured out their story. You understand what I'm saying? It'll give you some further insight in regards to why you do these things well, and then be able to establish a relationship from the familial perspective of the world that's unseen and the seen world.
Yeah, most definitely. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I really do. I appreciate you.
Oh, and Divine Roro wants to know again, how can he get a copy of this book? Divine Roro, if you email me, he said I could send out 5 free copies. So email me at titansdebateleague@gmail.com, and I'll make sure you get a copy of this.
So you get all 13 for $0.00. All it costs you is a little bit of time. So if y'all ain't email,
I want to say, brother knowledge, man. Listen, elder knowledge. Let me say that because I'm sure you well above me. Not only when it come to wisdom, but I'm sure in age as well. But keep doing what you're doing, elder. Like young brothers like myself need to hear the words like this from the elders, you know, because it keep me doing what I'm doing. It helps me not lose the path of what this is really about, right? Oftentimes we can get into these arenas or we can get into these fields with one intention, but because of the bright lights, because of the stardom, because of, you know, everything else that's surrounding, we can veer off the path but it's words from elders like yourself that keep brothers like me on this path, that know that, it's all about the message we're teaching the people. For me, like I said before, it all starts with the self. And, that's the core message. How do we free ourselves? Because there's nobody else going to free us. And I just appreciate you for that once again, brother Elder. I just appreciate you for that. Just keep doing what you're doing, brother.
I mean, we got a responsibility, right? Back to this volume. Everybody here brings something of worth and value. Everybody here is in the same position, right? So if they have this wardrobe on, then they're prepared for battle. They're prepared mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. So they're together. Nobody is looking away from where the danger is. Everybody has their quadrant that they're responsible for. You understand what I'm saying? And one of the things in the aspect of the power of the Black family is renewing our bonds with one another. We'll get into these tiffs and rifts and all of this other stuff. And then when somebody passed, we go approach them seeking to clear our conscience. You understand what I'm saying? So, the trauma and the drama that continues to go, it plagues us. We have to find better ways to resolve conflict that exists amongst us, and to be heard and to be seen and to be felt by one another, and reform these aspects that we use as survival mechanisms. We're doing a lot of plantation parenting and calling it tough love, and calling it things like, it happened to me and I turned out all right. You don't berate somebody and brutalize somebody and expect them to love you. You understand what I'm saying? You call that an abusive relationship by any other stretch of the imagination. If you have to physically harm somebody in your life for a misdeed or a transgression or something that's natural, then that means that there's an effect. I'll tell a story with me. I came up, I got the sting of the lash. You understand what I'm saying? The extension cord, mop, whatever was in range. You understand what I'm saying? Like whatever was in range.
Same here.
That's what I got. You understand what I'm saying?
Same here, yeah.
And then, God help me if my mother got on the phone and my uncles and my aunts came over, because, hey, like, your mother told me what you did, and I grew up in the neighborhood where this could happen to you in the neighborhood. You understand what I'm saying? You might get whooped all the way home. So this was an environment that kept you accountable, but it was also an environment that perpetuated a plantation narrative, because if the plantation owner got a hold to you, you could be sold, or your life could be taken. So that was, a narrative that was pushed in a way to be able to correct things at the lowest level. So
And
how
I
long?
have a couple people in the chat asking for the link again, the pay link. I'm going to put your Cash App up again for anybody who does want to support you. Like if I send you a free copy and you still want to support him, you can support him through this Cash App that's about to pop up on the screen.
All right, so I put it there a couple of times. I
Yeah, I
just
had
go
it
to
over to
the.
I'm about to copy and
I go
paste
to
it
the
again.
page. I go to the page. All right.
Yeah, the
Go to the
Cash
page.
App at least. When I went to the pay link thing, I think it was on there for free also. I don't know. That's what it looked like to me. But here's his Cash App. And again, anybody who hit me up, go ahead and drop the brother a donation, and I'll make sure you get all these links. It is how many books in this series again?
13.
13 book
Right.
series. Yeah, it's pretty extensive.
So what I was saying in regards to that change, I had to learn something different, and I had to go to my children in a tone. I had to go to my children and say, "Hey, this is how I came up, but this is not how I want to continue." And they're looking like, "Pops, you good? You all right?" But we have to be in a position to be able to deal with that in regards to the family. So that became something that we had to learn how to approach these situations of discipline or missteps, in the family dynamic. What do you want in your future? You're harming your children, and then if somebody, harms them in the world, you going, you got your weapon system, you're ready to do something, but you harmed them and put them in harm's way in that regard, and made it okay. You made it okay. So if you berate them and disrespect them, you make it okay that they friend up and connect with people and show them love, and these people do them dirty in that regard. Like you said, it's okay. It becomes a situation where they're looking for abuse because that abuse is supposed to be, disguised under the guise of love. So a reformation had to happen and take place. This is me personally. This is my own personal journey to me, my way, and to you, your own. But I had to come back to my family and discover something different. You understand? So discipline became something that was dealt with exercise versus in a tone that is threatening, and then with physical harm that became threatening. I promise you that belt ain't got nothing on a push-up position or some jumping jacks, or you sitting on the wall, or whatever the case may be. Even you just holding your arms out or up in the air, whatever the case may be. And now they can realize that there are consequences for their actions, and they'll think before they engage. So there's something where you should be able to talk through the conflict and resolve the conflict righteously without these other aspects that we continue on from the plantation. They might call it gentle parenting, but if you abuse children, you've seen in cases where they come back for you later on in life. You understand? So if you want to build up fear in your children versus love in your children, perpetuate the fear and you'll reap the benefits of the fear. But if you want the benefits of long-standing love, then you'll perpetuate that space of love. You see what I'm saying? So you get the children, and then you become a grandparent, and all of a sudden you soft-hearted with the grandchildren, but your children looking at you like, who are you? So we could do that now. In the final volume in this series that I'm writing, volume 10 currently, is a rites of passage volume. So from childhood into adulthood, and adulthood into parenthood, and then parenthood into grandparenthood, in that regard. And I have some co-writers that will help me along that journey to give the perspective of the daughter into womanhood, into motherhood, into grandmotherhood, in that regard. And that volume will be out by the summertime. Because just because you get a new position don't mean you know what's going on. So, reflecting on some of these aspects so we could break some of these cycles of toxicity and justified abuse from a mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual perspective, and replace them with the bonds of trust. So we decide how the future goes based off of our interfaces with one another.
And Checkmate, Aaron and Rochelle, I sent those copies out so you can check your email. And his Cash App is at the bottom of the email. At the bottom of all the links, you'll find his Cash App too. Gotcha. And Ill Doctrine, yeah, if you want that, you can just send me your email. You can email me at TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com, and I'll send you a copy of the links over with his Cash App.
I see you went over to Sankofa effect. That's how I know we had over here in the debate world. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is where most of the debates come from, right?
Elder knowledge. Do you have teachers besides yourself that also that's in your circle that teach on these subjects as well? Like, do y'all hold classes or seminars or things of that nature?
Yeah, we definitely do.
Okay.
We definitely do. Volume 7 is dedicated to the Black educators and the scholars. So you can go to Volume 7 and you can look at all of these educators and scholars. And, I have some links to where they are and where they can be found, or you can catch them on social media and the like. But the Sankofa effect was something that I did in regards to looking at Black organizations over a time period, right? So someone asked earlier, like, is this just about Africa or is it about every place else? It's mainly a push. I think it was OTK. It's mainly about us here in the Americas. As y'all know, there's a shift in regards to the delineation movement, and I don't have any issue with anybody identifying themselves in the way that they style themselves. So 100%, I'm in 100% in support of what it is. They done play with our names, they done play with our heritage, they done play with our religions, our spiritual practices. So if you align yourself in this manner, more power to you. Whatever your spiritual system, all of these things are supposed to come from your family anyway. Again, so back to the power of the Black family right there. So, that sort of mind in that regard with, naming yourself and claiming yourself. I mean, that's the principle of, Kuji Tagulia, right? You know what I'm saying? So that ability of self-determination, right? So like you were saying, Humble, ain't nobody coming to save you. That helping hand you looking for is at the end of your arm, right? And the Bible said God helps those who help themselves. You understand what I'm saying? And then go ahead.
This is my coat of arms right here, Elder.
Right.
If you look at the screen and you look over here, this is my family coat of arms for me and my family. On the right, you will see the Blackfoot Native American symbolism because of my maternal lineage. On the left, you will see the Commission symbolism because of my paternal. In the middle, hey, listen, we call it black, melanated, brown, copper color, whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying? But it's just to show the unity of our people. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes people get caught up in are we indigenous or are we African? Or, hey, look, this is our people, no matter what we want to call ourselves. If we can look at one another and we can see that we're in the same unbeneficial situations, then why do we have to separate each other or ourselves by what we determine to call ourselves? You see what I'm saying? And it's interesting to me that when we look on the planet, we don't see anybody else do that. Like, anybody, when we see other ethnic groups that are in a unbeneficial situation, they all band together and they go move somewhere else and they figure out how they can reset a foundation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what we have to learn how to do. We have to learn how to band together and reset our foundation. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's why brothers and elders like yourself are so important. You give a Elder Shahrazad Ali, the Dick Gregory's, you elders are very important to this generation that's coming up now.
And the author's I got the author's Cash App on the screen. Again, the author's Cash App is Knowledge Born Allah for anybody who wants to support him. It's in the comments as well. Divine Roro, there you go.
And salute to OTK. And
how much?
family.
She said how much, Divine? Divine Allah.
She Divine. It's Knowledge Born, right?
I'm sorry, I'm tripping. I know somebody named Divine.
Yeah,
Born
I look.
Allah
Yeah,
on Instagram. And I keep wanting to call it because it's the Born Allah. I'm sorry. I keep wanting to put the Divine.
It's all good. Yeah, we all look alike. You know what I'm saying? We all look alike. That's what happened. Yeah.
So what's the name kept doing me like that earlier? JJ kept calling me Sanchez.
he was talking to Sanchez, right? I guess. Yeah. So the organizational one is a look back in regards to the time period. So if you are one of these people who want to build organization, we have organizational models for you to look at to see, if this is something that you want to adopt in regards to your organization, or the pitfalls or the downfalls. We look at the challenges that you face in regards to that, and you have that approach in regards to that. So your family is your first organization, right? You got an organization itself, and you're a part of a family. So look in your family and see what that is, and then an organization consists of a group of families, right? So
Divine
that's
Roro,
what it
yep.
is.
I sent you the link, Divine Roro, with his full collection. I know it's $100 for the full collection on his website, but he told me I could send some out for free. So whatever you want to do, whether you want to pay for it in full or send a divine blessing of double, do your thing.
Right. So looking at organizations, right, and groups of Black people coming together in that regard, to see if that's something sustainable. We can learn a lesson. We have the benefit of documented, historical information to be able to go look at something. I think, Humble, that was you earlier. I think I had saw a notification where you were talking about knowledge, like knowledge alone is not enough. Knowledge in its essence gives you the power to do or not do.
Yeah.
We can't confuse information with knowledge. If you're informed about something, until you take that step to convert it into knowledge, there's a process to go from information. Right? You could go from speculation, you could go from curiosity, all of those things. And once that thing becomes something that's actionable, now it's knowledge. So now
it's knowledge.
Right. Applied knowledge is wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a process. There's a knowledge degree in between knowledge and wisdom. So there's something that's necessary. So you have to go through, okay, how do I apply this? You learn how to not apply it and apply it at the same time. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So now, does your walk and your talk match what you say you know? Is it evident? Can I look at, what you do, how you live, and all of that? We got a lot of high scientists and a lot of illiterate children. You understand what I'm saying? Like the parents, is operating in the realm of zealotry for this particular way of life. But how is it evident in your life? Is this your way of life? You understand what I'm saying? So all of that all together goes into this process of converting what you know into the space of application. And when you apply what you know, that's wisdom, right? And then there's a knowledge degree in between wisdom and
wisdom and understanding.
Shout out to Sis Nefertali in the chat.
Shout out. Thank y'all so much for your engagement. Y'all know we appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Definitely. And that's factual. So there's a process before we even got it. We gotta deal with the process before we even get the knowledge, which is just, is the information even applicable?
And we're gonna have you back again, brother. Knowledge Born Allah. Where'd he go? He dropped off.
He probably having some difficulties. He probably be back up.
Yeah, hopefully we can have you back again to.
Yeah, we most definitely need to have this brother back again.
Yeah, on some of these topics, he did an overview of his 13-book collection. Here we go. Right here. And I can't wait to get into this one right here. Secure the Legacy, Black Family, Tactical Preparedness for Urban and Rural Survival. Yep, that's the first one I'm reading. Thank you very
much. And I see Neftali in there. Neftali is one of my heroes/sheroes. You understand what I'm saying? Fierce one. Most high blessed to you, sister, you and your family. So again, like these are family people. You understand? Family people. And family creates everything else that we see in society, whether it's righteous or it's wicked. You understand? So,
most definitely
tapping into that.
And we need more literature like that. Like this is why when people ask me, right, oh, well, what's your belief system? And I be like, yo, I'm not a believer. It's because when people, like, for instance, man, I think it was Cosmo and even JJ, he was like, well, what's your book? Bring your book. And I'm like, bro, I can't bring a book because I read books like this, right? I show you my YouTube library is full of self-help books. It's full of books that help me in the now. It's not something that I got to hold on to and I got a belief that it work. And no, it's practical information such as these books up here. I get into stuff like that so I can then apply it and live by those things. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those people, you take the meat and leave the bone. You know what I'm saying? And so this is the reason why when people ask me what book do I stand on, I can never give them an answer because I don't read one single book. I read a plethora of books. My library is vast. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm saying that for any of the people out there who's clinging to one single book, you putting yourself in a box, a small box at that. You know what I'm saying? Any true seeker of knowledge or seeker of wisdom, you know, we understand that information comes from all places, not just one.
Unless that book is a really good book. You understand what I'm saying? Like if they got it and they're using it to their upliftment and to their betterment, then I'm all for it. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing of how you identify. If you identify, I don't argue with people about the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? I love that book. You know what I mean? I can see us in it, and I can see our the life and times, the trials, the tribulations, the ups, the downs, the prophecies, all of those things, and I can hear our voices. You understand what I'm saying? So there's nothing ever in life that I ever learned that had me at home arguing with my mama. You understand what I'm saying? It don't work like that. It don't work like that. Like we took, everybody's way of life as a course of study. So it's like it was a classroom, literally. So
right.
We went to the mosque, we went to the church, wherever, and whatever agreed with you and your spirit, that's what you did. You understand what I'm saying? And we don't argue, we don't fuss, we don't debate and all that. I ain't have no moment where I came and threw the pork out. Wasn't no pork in the house. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no place in the house where I had to go throw out the Christmas tree. We ain't have no Christmas tree. You understand what I'm saying?
Christmas, right.
So we ain't have to deal with it from that perspective. But there are also other aspects that went along with it that you still had to learn regardless. You see what I'm saying? So everybody has, their own thing. And on my platform, Do the Knowledge Radio, just real quick, I welcome all types of Black people onto the platform. You understand? So the people that people were ostracizing and not paying attention to, that's the people I got close to. You see what I'm saying? Because our elders said, we oppose what our enemy support and support what our enemy opposes. You understand what I'm saying? So
and I was just gonna say, like, a piggyback off of that statement right there. I should have dropped the bomb, but we support what our enemy we oppose what our enemy support, and we support what our enemy oppose. You see what I'm saying? And that right there is just that should be ingrained in what we do. Now,
can you hear me, Knowledge Born Allah, or did you say your sound went out?
Go ahead.
I thought mine went out. So I heard y'all.
Can you hear Humble still?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Great. I'm sorry, Humble. Go ahead.
Go ahead. And so for me personally, I don't never, like, people know I only get in with the scholastics. You see what I'm saying? When it comes to people religions and hey, listen, we all believe what we want to believe. You see what I'm saying? My only thing with some of these biblical believers is they bring their biblical beliefs into scholastic arenas, and that be my thing with that. But when it comes to knowledge and wisdom and where we can find it, you see what I'm saying? I personally go to, again, a plethora of information, because of cross-referencing, right, is one of a major importance for me, because if it say it here, then it say it here, then it say it here, you see what I'm saying? Okay, it got to be something to this. Let me see what's in here. You know what I'm saying? And because I'm a person that I like the original. You see what I'm saying? Like 3 years ago, I found out about the maxims of Amenhotep, right? And how that was in a book of Proverbs. And I started getting into that. Minimal. Thank
My
you so
bad.
much.
I
man.
hate to
Thank you
correct
so
you.
much.
My bad.
Well,
Go ahead.
that was in the book of Proverbs, and I personally started getting into that, and I was like, oh. But then I'm sitting here and I'm like, but this is literally giving me the same principles and the same understanding that if I was reading a book of Proverbs. You see what I'm saying? So it's a listen, man. It's so much information out here, you know. And when it comes to the religious beliefs, right? Hey, believe what you want, you know. But when we get into these arenas and you have to put them beliefs on a display of provable evidence and things of that nature, hey man, these people better look out.
Somebody says, Knowledge Born, that they paid you in full through the website, and they wanted to make sure that you would be able to retrieve that. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
So you will be able to retrieve that?
Yes.
Okay. Shout out Aaron. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
shout out Aaron. I got the email and everything. I thought it was you, A1. I ain't want to blow you up. So I'm like, all right.
I'm over here looking at my phone notifications. Luckily, I rarely do when I'm live, but I happened to look down and I saw it. So I'm like, you know what, let me ask. I'm glad you're getting those notifications too.
We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all for the engagement, man.
Yep, no doubt. Yeah, I forwarded your message, so it's probably still coming to you. That's good. So everybody, you can probably see everybody who I forwarded to's messages.
Look at Gideon. Gideon, Roy. I love Gideon, man. You understand?
Gideon, good people,
look.
man.
Hey, when I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. I know everybody. I just don't be getting in no debates. You understand what I'm saying?
Gideon, good peoples. OTK, amazing peoples. Jara, amazing peoples. You see what I'm saying, man? Look, these some amazing brothers right here. Cosmon, Roy Chest down there. You know what I'm saying? Man, amazing brothers. Amazing brothers.
Yeah, I'm inspired by black people who utilize intelligence. You understand what I'm saying? Righteously. So, you know, everybody, they come with their argument. You understand what I'm saying? Like you come in the Coliseum and you ain't prepared to fight. I don't know where you came to. You understand?
Yeah, let them know.
Hey, you're gonna get challenged. You're gonna get questioned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's why I love the environment. You know, to add what you were saying earlier, Humble, in regards to that, it's like, you know, the scholasticity is a realm, but there's a realm in regards to the biblical narrative where they go through scrutiny. You see what I'm saying? So they go be theologians and all that. So you got to get G-check wherever you at. So that environment challenges your idea because it might sound good to you, but once you present it to the world, like these books, they for public consumption. They subject to public scrutiny. So, you know, your idea or your stance or whatever it is, if you're wedded to it, then you have to be prepared to go through the fire and, you know, come out with it. You understand what I'm saying? And they ain't playing. You know, some of those folks, they ain't playing about that's their way of life. That's how they live. So if you come at their book or you come at, you know, at their stance, so you're like, you think they stopped making swords when yours came out? They got a sword. You understand what I'm saying? They got a sword.
Hey, listen, I know all too well. That's why I get an utmost respect to the brother Gideon Capone. Man, that brother that locked horns many a times on many platforms, and that brother stands strong on his square and what he believe in. You hear me? Like, not once do he switch up. Do he, you know, now me and the brother, you know, that's my brother, man. So, you know, we get up and you was right about that. And, you know, we share information. But when we in these arenas, man, we lock horns.
Yeah, all bets is off, right? And what you know, what he said in training day, it ain't what you know, is what you can prove. So,
hey, there you go.
I'm glad that it's done in you know, a righteous manner, man. That's all.
Yeah.
Turn it up. So, any other questions? A1, you got anything else? Otherwise, I'm gonna get out y'all here, get out of y'all way.
These works that you sent over. Maybe after I get to reading some stuff, I'll have, you know, some insight and some questions, and we'll definitely bring you back to go over some of this stuff.
All right.
Share some not to debate though, unless that's what you want. But I'll just bring you back.
Nah, I don't want no smoke, man. Yeah, I leave it to the professionals, man. It'd be like the old dude still trying to rap, man. Go sit down, man. You had your time. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But honestly, you, honest, humble mystic, and the rest of these titans up in here. You see what I'm saying? And I love what you're doing. I love that you're providing a place that is righteous for people to get to prove themselves scholastically, academically, and you know, with the fervor and the zeal of the artistic realm. You see what I'm saying? Because you can't be up here monotone and corny. Don't nobody want to hear what you got to say, even if you got all the facts in the world. You better have a little something up in it.
Yeah, gotta have a little sauce with it.
Something, yeah? You know what I mean? Put a little jerk sauce, a little hot sauce, or something in it. Not no Tabasco, you know what I'm saying?
I like that.
Put some Texas Pete on it or something. You know what I mean? So, yeah, thank you for providing this environment, man, and shout out to Swab for the alley oop, man. You good brother, you know, righteous brother out here, and any way that I can help in regards to you, and I definitely would like to invite you on my platform so you can share your story in regards to how you put this all together. So
Yes,
we
I need
can
more
coordinate
people
that.
to interview me, man. I'm all for it. Just let me know when you ready. Shoot, I'm there.
Yeah, we're connected up. You understand? And you too, Humble, and anybody else that's on the panel and the debate squad that you know in the Coliseum that want to share their story. Again, this is what this is all about.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So
hit me up and I'll make sure I make that connection happen. You'll definitely be seeing me over there soon, and we appreciate you pulling up, and we'll be waiting for you to return.
I'm available. I mean,
Well, as soon as either your next book drop, but I might hit you up before then after I read one or two of these, and then we'll just do a book review and actually dive into some of the topics. Maybe do an open panel and let other voices speak on some of the topics, and just keep promoting your work. You feel me?
Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm
enough,
available.
Right? Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, peace.
Great. Have a great day. Appreciate you, man. Cool brother. First time meeting him. And again, let's go to a word from our sponsors before we...
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Okay, and I am about to end the stream on Knowledge Born Allah's page. So anybody watching over there, I see there's 4 people over there. If you want to come on over, and we're about to do an open panel here on Titans Debate League, at Titans Debate League on YouTube. Come on over. I'm about to end this on his side, so that way he doesn't have all the extra stuff on the episode. Appreciate you guys on that end. Ooh, I almost hit the end stream. I don't want to hit that one. I'm gonna just remove this location for him. Okay, keep it tight. Like I like to keep it tight. Okay, now that link is in the chat. The panel is back open. Shout out Gideon. Gideon's up here. Quick, first one. Get this down. Make us big on the screen. We're not about to start a new one. We just gonna keep this going.
What's good? What's good? I was muted, man. Yeah, I'm here, man. What's popping? Shalom to y'all, man.
Shalom. How you feeling today?
I'm good, man. All praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua on this blessed Sabbath, man. So I'm just good, man. Cooling out, man. Listening to the stream, man.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate you tapping in. That panel is open. We're about to go back to the spar session, so
talk about anything. The panel is open for Friday night. Some people call it Friday night fights. We're gonna call it a Friday night spar session. What's been on your mind, Gideon? What they've been talking about lately?
Man, it's not so much what they've been talking about. It's what I heard Humble talking about. I mean, you know, I'm stepping in the back. The TV on, I'm gonna have to probably turn it down. But yeah, I was listening to him, man. Hold on, because I don't want to get a strike.
They be ready to get at Humble, man.
Yeah, I just, because, you know, I kind of hold Humble to a certain standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's past, you know, just the fly-by-night, you know, freestyling person that come on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? He kind of put a little thought into it. So for him to say, like, I don't want to misquote him, but basically, you know, how Bible believers don't have a realm in the world of scholarship. I think that was incorrect. Then he said, "Oh, you speaking about the Psalms?"
That was strike one right there, huh?
What's that?
That was strike one right there, huh?
Yeah, Friday night fights, you know. But yeah, and then he said about the Psalms, how they are taken from Egyptian literature, and that's not true as well. It's almost like, you know, when you're looking at that, you know, it's just basic, you know, shared wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Cultural exchange, not even cultural exchange, something that's been here from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Things like don't steal, don't kill. So when I hear people say that, you know, that the maxims of Amenhotep or whatever, I can't pronounce his name, and they try to say it was, you know, the Bible plagiarized from that, that's faulty logic, bro. So yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you two questions. Question number one. Do we have any bodies from the line of Eber? From
Not on record, no.
Jesus, do we have any bodies?
Well, the body of Jesus, no. And we wouldn't, according to the narrative.
Not just of Jesus, but what about Isaac? What about Moses? What about Abraham? What about Eber himself? You know, what about Abraham's parents?
Yeah, nah, we don't have any mummies of that sort. Nah, we don't.
When people come into the academic arena and try to prove their existence with no scholastic proof or evidence, archaeology or anthropologic evidence of these people ever existing, then, you know, hey, look, they got an uphill battle. What about the Exodus? Right? Is there any archaeology or anthropology that supports the Exodus?
Right. So what we gonna do, bro? It's almost like how Leandre was saying yesterday. Like, if a person come up to you and says, like, cancer is not real, it's like you're gonna laugh them out the building. So when you come to me, like, that's like, we had this conversation before, Humble. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, spin wheels talking about the Exodus, although we can. Like, I have a debate with you and everything on the Exodus, but what I'm here for is proving with scholarship that, you know, we all know the Israelites existed. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's like somebody saying cancer's not real.
Yeah,
so
I would never make the argument that the Israelites didn't exist. Now,
right. So that's what you just spent the last 4 minutes doing.
No. Hold on. I would make an argument the Israelite narrative, right? The Bible, the Torah, their stories were not historical.
Right. So basically what I'm mainly here for, like I said, we can entertain all that, but I'm speaking of what you said about scholarship, right? I'm here to show that the Israelites who you just said that you know were real people, that those people went into West Africa. Not only that they went into West Africa, in their origin, they are what we would call sub-Saharan Negroes. So that's what I'm here to prove with
Oh, you here
scholarship.
to prove? Hold up. You here to prove that?
Right.
We can most definitely get it. We can most definitely have a debate on if the proto or even if the Israelites, right, were Canaanites or if they were sub-Saharan African. We can most definitely get into that.
This is what I'm saying. The original, that's what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. The original Israelites are what we would classify as sub-Saharan Negro.
What? Yeah, we can most listen. If you willing to fall off that hill, bro, we can get into it. But it's most definitely proven that I ain't even gonna get into it because I don't want you back out of dancing.
All right, so that's the debate. Were the Israelites what the Israelites what we would call or classify as sub-Saharan Negro? I'm with the positive.
And I'm with the negative. Hey,
all
brother,
right.
A1, was you over there typing when he was just saying
I like that. I like that one. That's fire. And I like how y'all worded that. Because it's a topic that's been touched on. Y'all worded it original. And I already know y'all definitely about to come with some information that we haven't seen before on this one. So let's go. We can put you on the list. Gideon about to run that checkup from Titans Debate League this year. And I'm here for it, man. He's putting in that work. And I already know I'm going to get my money's worth when he show up and perform. So let's go, man.
Yeah. What?
Let me drop the round of applause.
Hey, Gideon, I got a question for you, Gideon.
What's good?
These Israelites we talking about, what was the name of that God?
Yahweh.
Okay. Listen, we gonna most definitely get into it. Y'all heard him, y'all.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one because we gonna see what's up with the scholarship, bro. We gonna see, we definitely gonna see. But other than that, man, you've been holding it down, huh? Humble, you at A1, huh?
Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we've been going hard for all day for a couple months, man. We've been doing this.
Yeah, man, that's what's up.
I appreciate A1 for getting me comfortable in uncomfortable positions. And I'm not even talking about just situations that we having on panel. Listen, y'all hear me say this often, bro. Yo, I'm a debater. I'm a panelist, right? But my brother A1 have made me become real comfortable becoming a host, running shows and things of that nature. And he's been an amazing support backbone in my journey in doing this. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm big ups to brother.
Shout out to A1, man.
This is a solid dude right here, y'all. For real.
I didn't know. I don't know. I'm just doing what I normally do, man.
Yeah, man.
Wake up and give everybody 100%, man.
Facts. I seen the short, man. I thought you had DJ Khaled on there with you, man.
And let me shout out Humble too, man. Everybody always shouting me out and giving me props, man. Humble been keeping me humble, man. He's a good example. He leads by example. And I'm just, I'm trying to surround myself with the examples. They say you are the company you keep, so particularly about the company. Yeah. It ain't too many people around me. So yeah. Shout out Humble, man. He made it. I appreciate
Shout out, man. Big up to Humble, man. Humble, you an atheist or ever what you
I'm spiritual. I'm spiritual. I'll transmute my beliefs into knowings. Like a lot of people like, what you believe, listen, I got very few beliefs that I can't prove through my knowings. You see what I'm saying? And so if I can't know it, I don't believe it.
So like what would you say your concentration is?
What you mean my concentration?
Like what do you focus on? Like what do you like me for instance, like I kind of like to focus on, Israelites in West Africa and just the culture and things like that. Like what do you have something like that?
I'm well rounded in a lot of fields, right? So when it comes to stuff like that, when it comes to metaphysics, religion, regular science, my personal field, which I would say my field of expertise is in life, man. With the brother, with the elder, man, I started saying knowledge was just coming up here talking about. That's a lot of what I talk about on a personal level. You see what I'm saying? Just getting our people out of the mind state of survival and into the mind state of security, so we can start looking at the world more optimistic and less pessimistic. So we can actually start making things happen, you know, so we can actually start putting plans in place to make curriculum like the elder knowledge more popular and more accessible to the people and things of that nature.
Word. Real quick question: do you think the Bible take power from women?
I believe. Do I believe Bible take power from women?
The Bible.
I believe the Bible erased women in power, or women that were supposed to be in power.
You think it erased it? Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
So, for an example, Asherah, right? Where's Asherah? We have wisdom, but we don't have Asherah. And we know that wisdom is a reform of Asherah in a monotheistic framework, because they couldn't keep Asherah because they didn't want the attention to sway away from who this God of Israel was. And so in that case, they took her out. They took out the book of Mary Magdalene. You know, Mary has her own book. That's not in any of the Bibles. It might be in the Gnostic Bible. I'm not sure, or it might be in the. I know it's in the Nag Hammadi, but it's not in any of the canonical Bibles. Mary's story and how she came to find the Christ and how their journeys went. So when we're talking about major figures, when it comes to this biblical narrative, I do know that they erased a lot of their voices.
Right. So just listening to what you said, as far as the erasure of, you know, how you said the Bible took the power from women, and spoke of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, which is a lot later writing, which wasn't contemporary with the other Gospels. But yeah, man, I mean, when you look at the Bible and how it's framed, you know, it definitely it actually gives, you know, the framework of how a successful union should be. So it's interesting when I hear people say that they think it took power, or like you say, it erased power.
Yeah. Right. In the framework that the Bible gives, that what relation should be, is the woman standing side by side with the man, or is the woman beneath the man?
Well, when it's them, they're side by side. But when they encounter someone,
do your text not say, hold up? Do your text not say, is God first, then beneath God is the head, then beneath the head, the woman is the backbone?
Right. Yeah.
So where did side by side talk come from? Where they come at side by side?
Yeah, because, you know, the man, he belongs to the woman just as much as she belongs to him. So it's only when you see, like I say, when they're encountering other people, or, you know, when they're represented to the community, he's the first foot forward. He's the representation. And as far as when you were speaking of Yahweh and Asherah, that was a corruption. And that's what a lot of the Israelite brothers be trying to tell you, is like, at one point, everybody believed, they knew that, you know, El is El. But when they start trying to put the Most High with other gods, Asherah, that's when they became corrupted and they separated. And then Yahweh gave the Israelites his name, which is Yahweh. So what we don't see,
Yahweh gave the Israelites his name, which is Yahweh.
yeah, he revealed it to
The
him.
name
He
of
told it to him.
Israel is Yisrael, and the
Right.
surname to Israel, or the username to Israel, is El, not
Right.
Yah. Because if
Right.
y'all was because if y'all was to Yah or Yahweh, y'all name will be Israel. Y'all name is Israel.
He's still God. He's still El. But this is his concrete name to separate the corruption that was done by the other nations, which is what I was trying to explain to you. But you interjected, which was good information, so it wasn't a problem. But Asherah was not there in the beginning of creation. Yahweh was in the beginning of creation. When Yahweh created man and woman in his image, or in Yahweh's image, it was created male and female. So it was no need for Asherah to come later, because Yahweh, as we all know, the Ruach HaKodesh, that is what the woman was created from, just as we were created from the Father. So when you have that understanding, then you see why Asherah is a corruption and is very problematic, if you believe in the Most High.
The Bible, it don't say, let us make man in our image. We, them, they, them, he. What it say? He male, she female. They made man. It say we. It don't say I make man in my image. It say let us make man in our image. Who is our? I know a lot of the biblical believers say, oh, that's the Trinity right there, or that's the Son, or that's the Holy Spirit, or no. Clearly, God understood that I can't create anything without a feminine counterpart. This is my feminine counterpart I'm talking about. Let us. Now, in history, see, this is where y'all fall on these swords, because when we go back to the early Iron Age, late Bronze Age, and we go check out who these people were that we talking about right now, we can see that they have a figurine of El, that they was worshiping El. We can see that they were largely Canaanites before they became a unique group of people called Israel. We can see this. And we can see that the Shashu merged with with Israel, and then they did the convergence of the gods. We know all of this happened in history. It's only the biblical believers who have to keep up this narrative, right? For them to try to say that this story is historical, right? Because if we say the Israelites were Canaanites before they broke off and became Canaan, that destroys the Exodus story.
So what you got to look at is that the Israelites definitely were not Canaanites. And what we can get that from is just from the sources that we have at that time, right? So when we look at people like Herodotus, he mentions people in that area that are totally foreign in their culture with their neighbors. He calls them the Colchians, and he says they are a subsect of the Egyptian army that was placed there. And he gives examples of how they're different from the people in that area. And he was writing that in the 5th century BC. So you could just look at the different, infusion or influxes of population in that area. Right before the Israelites came into that area, you have the correspondence of the Amarna letters. And we can see right there the beginning of the upheaval in the Levant. Matter of fact, when Israel was the United Kingdom, they actually called that period the Dark Age, like of not only Egypt, but of the Levant as well, because all the major powers collapsed. And the only one that was there was the
Can I ask
Israelite
you a
nation.
question?
Of course.
What language do the Israelites speak?
Well, it's classified as Hebrew, or you can say
It's a dialect of what language?
Canaanite.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Peace. We got my brother Sapphire on the panel. How you feeling today, brother?
Hey, peace and blessed shalom, move rocker, man. A1, man. Appreciate you letting me on.
I don't know why
Shalom.
people say that, man. Hold up. It told me y'all be overly, bro. This channel is for the community. The only people I don't let on here are people who come up here acting a nut. So, but I appreciate you. You know, like with all, I appreciate it though. But like, I really do this for the community. I'm here to serve the community. Like I let everybody up, so don't feel like you special. Like, but you are though, and everybody here I do treat like they special, and I try to roll the red carpet out for y'all. And I'm sorry to interrupt your intro. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, peace and blessings, everybody. Shalom, Gideon, humble mystic.
Shalom.
Shalom. I just been hearing a lot of crazy things, man, the past couple of days, man. So I'm just glad I was able to jump on right now, man. I was busy, man. I would have been got on here, Gideon, man. What I'm saying? Help you get it in with them. But yeah, we here.
Let's go. I'm in Cleveland too. I just found out you're staying out here.
Hold up.
Do you link with other brews out here?
No, man. Unfortunately, man, I talked to a few brothers, but we ain't formed just yet. You know what I mean? But we here though.
I did see a group actually. I'm sorry because when I doubled back, the police had already ran them off. But there was some out in Painesville with the purple and gold, and they had a megaphone on the corner, and I couldn't catch them because I was gonna go and challenge their information respectfully, but I was also gonna get their information so we can build later. This was last summer though, but I know it's some out here. So when I do find them, I'm gonna let you know.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, as far as the purple and gold, I mean that sound like my brothers, the IUIC. This wasn't brought to me by no camp doctrine. So all that camp doctrine, man, when I came home, when I heard all these doctrines, man, especially coming from the camps, it's a little crazy and it's odd, because when you actually study the scriptures and you read these words in the book, man, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't come out to a lot of what these brothers out here, putting out here on the corners, you know what I'm saying? That's just not it. But they doing the work, you know what I'm saying? But that's what all I can say about that.
Yeah, bless them brothers, man. No doubt.
No doubt.
Yeah, Sapphire, I seen you last week, man. You was breaking something down over here, man. I was learning, man. I definitely was learning, man. You was breaking it down.
Oh yeah. So far as the Elohim in Genesis 1:1.
Was that when you and Yara was on the channel together?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, you were speaking on a certain Hebrew word. I can't remember right now, but that's crazy. I learned it and I forgot it.
Is Elohim in Genesis 1:1? Is that a plural or a singular?
That's singular. Understand this, right?
Yeah, thank you for being honest, Sapphire. Thank you for being honest, bro.
Yeah, most definitely. See, look, this is the thing, right? When we read the biblical, the Hebrew text, biblical Hebrew. So Hebrew, right? Old Hebrew is basically It's the oral tradition, and how it was spoken then. We see it captured now. So biblical Hebrew is the old Hebrew of the day of Abraham. Okay. And I know the brother Gideon said Canaanite, but understand this. That's just an academic term. Okay. That's a colloquial term used in the academics to specify the Hebrews because of the region that they come from. It's not a Canaanite language as if they're Canaanites. They're not Canaanites. The father Abraham came from Ur. And y'all keep trying to say, oh, Kasdim, that's first early Iron Age. No, Kasdim is the time of Sargon the Great. So that's early to mid Bronze Age. That's like 2500 BCE or to 2200 BCE. Okay, so the Kasdim, the Chaldean, we ain't talking about the Chaldean of the Neo-Assyrians. That's the Neo-Assyrians. That's totally different from the Kasdim of Ur. Okay, it says that Nimrod unified 5 city-states. Okay, so from Babylon to Syria or Amram, known as Syria today. Okay, so when we talk about Hebrew, we have to understand that first of all, the structure is VSO, verb, subject, object. Secondly, in all grammar, just grammar in all language, the number, the gender, and the tense is always going to agree. Again, number, gender, and tense is going to always agree. The word, it says Bereshit bara Elohim. Bereshit, you know, the inseparable noun. Bara, which is the word, the third person masculine singular. Elohim, which is the plural form of Eloah, or in some cases El. How is this being looked at, or how should it be looked at? Bara is the perfect tense, meaning past tense. He created, third person singular. That means that the God, not gods that is speaking of, is only in one action. Then when it goes down, oh, it says let us. It's only 2 entities present in the whole chapter. That's God and his spirit. So in all actuality, it's just like someone who's just sitting there talking to themselves, you know, talking to him or herself. Okay, because it says Ruach Elohim, and the spirit of Elohim hovered over the face of the waters or the face of the deep. It's not no other entities there but God and his logos or logos, okay, which is his thoughts, his spirit, okay? And those 2 things agreeing with each other in the text, not nothing else. I just want to put that out there. I don't keep going.
Yeah, nah, for the most part,
Can I share my screen fast? So here's the thing about, and here's why I keep pressing on this Abraham thing, right? I did a debate on this. Listen, watch this. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me put it in view mode so y'all can see this, right? All right. Ur of the Chaldees is an anachronism, right? It said the phrase is historically impossible because the Chaldeans did not exist in Abraham's time. Scholarly Foundation. Mark Van Diop, professor of ancient Near Eastern history, Columbia University. The Chaldeans are not mentioned in any source before the 9th century BCE. Nahum M. Sana, right? It's a Brandeis University. The Chaldeans is a later editorial edition reflecting exilic geography. William D. Bardock, right? Professor of Old Testament. These are professors of this, telling you the phrase of Ur of the Chaldea is a post-Mosaic editorial update, reflected knowledge of...
Okay, so watch this.
Hold on a second.
I'm not on my computer right now. Well, all you got to do is type in Sargon the Akkadian or Akkad. Okay, you've been saying this over and over, and I keep telling y'all over and over. The Kasdim is way older than Neo-Assyrians. I said Neo means new. Okay, so this is a new thing that arose, but the Kasdim or the Chaldean, okay, always been there. It's called Akkad, or what we know as Akkadian. So why don't you type up Sargon the Great and see what it says about him being a Kasdim, and then go in the Hebrew text, and when it says is translated in English as Chaldean, look at the word that's used there. The word that's used there is Kasdim, which is ancient Akkad or Akkad. Look that up for us.
All right. So what I would like to do is finish my bit. You see, man. Well, listen. When it get hot, y'all gotta be able to stand the heat, man. It be getting hot up in here. Listen. Here's why we know Ur of the Chaldees is an anachronism. Watch this. Ur was already dead before the Chaldeans arrived. The Chaldeans could not have been associated with Ur. Now, here goes some more scholars for y'all, right? This is not me saying this. Sir Leonard Woodley, an excavator of Ur of the Chaldees. This is what he's saying in his book. Ur has ceased to be a city of any importance long before the Chaldeans became the dominant element. K. Lawson Younger Jr., professor of Near Eastern history. By the time of the Chaldeans rose to prominence, Ur was a shadow of its former self. This is what these people are writing in their books. This is not Brother Humble Mystic saying this. Why do this matter? By the time the Chaldeans appear in history, Ur is abandoned, its ziggurat is collapsed, and its political power is gone. The Chaldeans never ruled Ur, never built Ur, never lived in Ur during this prime. Right now, here is something that a lot of people try to say to prove Ur back in those times, right? Oh, well, they were called astrologers. Chaldean is a first millennium cultural identity, not Abraham's. The Chaldean astrology is a late development claim. Intellectual identity of Chaldeans did not exist in Abraham's time. Right now, why do this matter? In 2000s BC time, the astronomy was primarily Sumerian omen reading. There was zero to no zodiac systems, no Ephraimites, no astronomical tables, no 360-degree circle division, no concept of Chaldean astrologers. So to say there were Chaldeans 13 years before they actually pop up, we should be able to see their astrology. But when we see Sumerian astrology, we can tell that it was notably different than Chaldean astrology, which they got from the Babylonians. They didn't even get their astrology from the Sumerians. They got it from the Babylonians. And so this is how we know. I'm going to stop sharing. I cut them up enough. This is how we know these things are anachronisms. This is how we know we just not talking out the side of our necks. You see what I'm saying? And so again, the same thing I was saying about Khazar. Let me cam up real fast. The same thing I was saying about Khazar, right? They need us to believe these things to be true for their narrative to hold up. Abraham have to have lived in Ur the Chaldee for him to be real, because we have no other traces of Abraham ever existing, right? He didn't write any books, right? Apparently, any records that he had made with any kings that we see in the Bible has vanished or ceased to exist. We can't find any of that, right? We don't know what his housing lifestyle was like. We can't track their migration pattern, which we know human beings on this planet, not even human beings, but all life on this planet leave a fingerprint. So if you existed on this planet, most definitely you left a fingerprint. So it's these things that y'all have to challenge uphill battles, or y'all have to fight uphill battles against. And the scholastic, the academic consensus is on my side in these cases, right? I mean, y'all got belief to fall back on, but when we in a court of academia, we can't bring belief. You see what I'm saying? We got to bring something substantial, something that people can see, something that people can feel, something that people can go back in themselves and say, oh, okay, I see where they're going with this. You see what I'm saying? So I land my plane with that. Hey, we got brother OTK in the building. What up, brother OTK?
Yo, mic check. My mic good? Check.
No, it is not. It's breaking up, Brody. Maybe. Oh, go ahead. Talk again.
How about now? Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead. I can hear you.
All right, yeah, man. Peace and love, man. Hey, this a great build, man. I'm just here. I'm gonna jump in every now and then. You know what I mean? I'm just here, man. It's a great build. I like to build with like-minded people, man. Strong brothers. Respect the Gideon and respect the other brother up here on the panel.
Shalom, what's good, OTK? Peace. OTK, I like to say though, man, and I mean, like, I'm not expecting everybody to know everything, but you spoke on it with such confidence. You should really search out. There is sources on Abraham, and it does speak on his position, his stratification in society, and if you hold certain Egyptian sources, as valid, you need to hold this one with the same veracity, because it's definitely out there. Matter of fact, I'll let you know it's Berosus. He was where was this guy from? He was I think a Babylonian historian, and he spoke of Abraham being I think he called him a great president. The word was translated as president. And yeah, they even had a statue of him in Syria, in Damascus. So yeah. And the reason why I say
we talking about Abraham in the Bible, right? Correct? You talking about Abraham in the Bible?
Correct. And
okay, go ahead. I'll just make sure. Go ahead, bro.
The source where it comes from Manetho quoting Berosus. And if we're gonna believe in Manetho's King's List, and I had this conversation a while back with somebody, and they tried to say that the King's List wasn't valid. And I think Kasai was on the stream, and he kind of let them know it. Like, they basically based the dynastic system off of it. So if y'all gonna hold Manetho's King's List as a source, then by the same method, you gotta hold that source that he's talking about Abraham as a source. So yeah, it is a source speaking of Abraham as a great ruler in the Levant.
All right, so now let's.
Yeah, I'm back.
I'm gonna share my screen real fast.
Yeah.
All right. So we looked up.
Go ahead.
We looked up Berosus, the Babylonian historian. The term Berosus in context of Babylonian historian does not appear explicitly in primary ancient Babylonian sources or Greek accounts such as the Babylonian or the Babylonia of Berosus, exclusive records, right? So then what I did, right, is I popped this. I'm going to do it again just so y'all can see, right? I pop this here, copy, here,
Yeah, you can look up Manito too, man, because we don't know. And I'm not sure. We don't know if Manito exists. But go ahead.
He speak?
Yeah. If I may, did you happen to look up Sargon yet? I was in here in my truck, man. I was trying to look for my book. It's not with me. But when we go over the Akkadians, okay, these were known as the Khazdim. These are known as the Khazdim. This is mid Bronze Age, late to mid Bronze Age. Well, Middle Bronze Age. Okay, so these are the Chaldeans that the scriptures is talking about. It's not talking about Neo-Assyrians.
All right, you said look up who? Sargon?
Sargon. Sargon. Sargon the Akkad. Akkad.
Hey, bro, what Akkadians are you talking about? Are you talking about Akkadians that was in Greek or Mesopotamia, but the Italy area, Greek Akkadians? Or are you?
You said Aryan?
What Akkadians you talking about?
I'm talking about the ancient Akkadians. The one that is on record is Sargon. Now Sargon unified 5 cities, and Nineveh happens to be one of them, and Iraq and Babylon, which is which Babylon still exists today. Is never not existent. Okay, maybe its kingdom, okay, the Sumerians, but again, we're talking about a Afro-Asiatic people. Okay, now Sargon is considered to be a Shemite, but I would argue that is who the scriptures is referring to as Nimrod, because Nimrod is only a title. It's not a name.
Stuff like this, man, we gotta. Whoa. Okay. So we know Sargon was from Akkad. Now we know there is no Chaldeans during this time period at all.
Okay, brother. Again, when you look up Sargon, it's going to tell you that he's is a Khazdim.
No,
okay.
I promise you will not.
Mm-hmm.
See, they need this narrative to stand up. They need the Chaldean people to be older than what they really are, so Abraham can exist. Because without, what's so interesting is the academic consensus no longer even supports Abraham coming from Mesopotamia of the Chaldee. They look at the other Chaldu near Haran. They say that would have been a more likely trade route.
That's false.
Stop,
and
Humble, stop capping, man. Stop capping.
Man.
Hey, you up here? Why you wait, Sean? And then why you wait? Put it up on the screen and let us judge for ourselves. Then, if I was at the computer, I'd pop it on for us. But and this is actually a part of my book too. But so yeah.
And Humble, and this what you got to understand. Though me and Sapphire, for instance, we agree on a lot of things, but in this instance, I actually agree with you. You know what I'm saying? But the information he's bringing out, is like the crux of the matter is, showing us that Sargon was, classified as a Khazdim, which is quite possible. But to my point, I look at it as, because we got to look at it like, I look at it like, we see the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians, right? Everything's pretty much destroyed. They still have the Torah, and even we got to look at the writings by the prophets. It's the prophets that were at that time. It wasn't like those were in mass circulation. They were still probably carried by the scribes that wrote them. So when they was writing these things, they described Ur, but at that time it was occupied by the Chaldeans, or it was familiar to the people at that time. So when I hear him say Ur of the Kasdim, that's what he's talking about. So it was either put in like before the Babylonian captivity, right, a little before that, or after. But I see no problem with that being, anachronistic. You know what I'm saying? Because we see several places in the Bible where we see anachronistic place names.
And so listen, my issue is not with my thing, even with things being anachronistic in the Bible, or even the mistakes and stuff we made in the Bible. That's only because
those are two different topics now. So
now, no, that's why I'm getting into it, because I don't. My issue with that always stem from the issue that people say this is the word of God, and for this to be the word of God, we know God's word is perfect, and so we find imperfections. You see what I'm saying? Then this can't be the word of God. This is where Brother Yara comes in and be like, well, we know other hands and stuff around the Bible that we have to dig in, and we know the white people did this and did that. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is,
let me ask you a logical question, Humble. So when he's describing, where Abraham come from, and he know nobody, so what God should infuse into all the Israelites at that time where Ur is, or should he classify or put a classifier on it by saying it's Ur of the Kasdim? So you saying the Most High should have made every Israelite know of an ancient place from 2000 BC?
If a person who was writing in that time, matter of fact, if the person who they say was right in that time period, right, had all of this information, he should have known that during that time period, Ur was called Ur of Sumer, or he should have talked about the Chaldean of Babylon. He shouldn't have mixed those two together.
The Chaldean of Babylon is the Kasdim.
That's the difference. No,
they are the Kasdim. Time out. When you talk about the Kasdim of the early Iron Age, you're talking about Neo-Assyrians. This is a new empire that arose in Assyria, okay, which is today known as Syria. Okay, this is still the same. People see what we're confusing and what these scholars, because I would debate your scholars, not even you, Humble. If you could find those scholars and tell them, yo, come and join this panel, I would get up here and challenge them as well, because we have all the data to prove and show that the Akkadians is the Kasdim.
So can I ask you a question? Okay, can I ask you a question? If I say I am from Boston, New York, do that make sense?
I mean, there may be a Boston, New York. I couldn't argue that.
So I could be from two states saying they're the same state.
Well, what do you mean? I've traveled around the United States.
Here's what I'm saying, right?
There's a Boston Street in a few towns, though.
Hold on one second. So here's the issue with that, right? I live in a city within a state that's within a country, right? And so that's the same way that Ur is, right? Ur was a city-state inside of the bigger region, which was Sumeria, right? The same thing.
Babylon.
Hold on one second. Yep, the same thing with Chaldean and Babylon. There was Chaldean, and then the bigger thing was Babylon. The issue here is, if I'm going to say that Chaldeans was during this time, I would have said they were in Sumer, not Ur. I can't say a city is in a city, or the city was the capital to a city. Like, that's not how that works.
Okay, so actually, Ur of Kasdim or Kasdim. Okay, Kasdim is the people. Ur is the city. So it's not even talking. So Kasdim is not even a town, a place. The Kasdim is a people. So it's showing you where Abraham is the people he's from, okay, or the you know what I'm saying, the nation that he's come from. And a nation is not a tribe or a bloodline. A nation is a group of people that has a creed and a constitution. Okay, so Kasdim has nothing. Is just the place, it's the land, and Kasdim is the people, or the nation, or the type people, or whatever.
Can you find me the term Kaldu or Kasdim?
Kaldu, yeah. In the Akkadian records,
before the 11th century BCE.
Yes. Why you haven't put up Sargon? Because when we put up Sargon, that ends your whole thing right there. That stops you right there in your tracks. Because then you would have to recalculate and say, well, damn, okay, well, if Sargon, or excuse me, if the Akkadians is known as Kasdim in Middle Bronze Age, early to mid Bronze Age, then, I mean, what you gonna say then? Because Sargon is known as a Kasdim. And you find in the Akkadian records of Kasdu. Yes, you actually find that. There's records of that. Hold on, let me go on my book. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but Humble, you saying Sumer and like it's such a big difference. Sumer is just basically the empire. Is an actual city that he was speaking of. And when you look at the Chaldeans, like Sapphire was saying, he's about to show evidence where even Sargon, who I agree that's actually Nimrod. But if he can show that he's being called a Kasdim or a Kasdu, then that's his point right there. But nonetheless, of the Kasdim, it speaks specifically to a city within Sumer. So that's what needs to be understood. And the Kasdim actually and from all the evidence I've gathered, they were actually there before the scholars say they actually was there. But I still think it was put in anachronistically, because the time that it could have been redacted was actually during the time when the Chaldeans had supremacy in that area.
All right, let's read this, right? Sargon of Akkad. Let's make sure we talking about the right Sargon of Akkad here, right? Just so we know, right? Sargon of Akkad, rule of Akkad. Y'all know I don't like this Wikipedia stuff.
That's
Also
the one that got put in the reed basket and sent to the river.
So now let's go down here, right? Was he ever known or was he ever called a Kasdim? Sargon of Akkad was never historically referred to as a Kasdim. He was a Semitic ruler of Akkad centuries before the Chaldeans emerged as a distinct group in Mesopotamia. Sargon of Akkad, who reigned around 2300 to 2279 BCE, was the founder of the Akkadian Empire and is widely regarded as one of the first empire builders in recorded history. I hate that name. His name, Saraukuin or Sarokin in Akkadian means legitimate king, reflects the Semitic heritage. He rose from humble origins, reportedly as the adopted son of a gardener, and became a cupbearer of King Kish before conquering Sumerian city-states who established his empire. The Chaldean or the Kasdim or Chaldean were a people who settled in southern Babylon much later, around the 9th to 6th century BCE. This is why I asked him, could he show me this name in the 11th century moving forward? I know he wouldn't be able to. The Kasdim or Chaldean were a people who settled in southern Babylon much later, around the 9th to 6th century BCE, particularly gaining prominence under the Neo-Babylonian Empire. I'm not saying this. This is what y'all sources are saying.
Listen, you're pulling up wiki. Listen. Soon as I get off, hold on, listen, man. Soon as I get off this truck.
Today?
Let
that
me
India
get it
today?
up. Oh man. A1.
So
Now there's an
Is that
issue when
India
people pull
today
up
then?
with
In
it,
other
bro.
words,
That's funny.
Southern Babylon? Isn't that India?
Huh? Is Southern
Isn't Southern
Babylon India?
Yes.
Nah,
no,
that's
Or
at
Southern.
Hindustan or
That's
Bharat
West
at that
Asia,
time. At that
Southwest
time, it
Asia.
would be Bharat. Yeah, it
That's
would be
Southwest
Bharat
Asia.
at that time, right?
Yeah, that would be like
No, he says. Oh, he said South Asia.
Yes,
yeah,
Southwest
that'd be
Asia.
during that time, yeah.
I thought it said South of Babylon, Southern Babylon.
Southern Babylon. Well, that's
Yeah, that means
again,
straight down.
that's Southwest. Yes, that's Southwest
No, it
Asia.
didn't say Southwest. It says South. It didn't say Southwest. It says South.
Okay, brother. What I'm saying is Babylon. Okay, so what I'm saying, brother, is Babylon is Southwest Asia. It's in Southwest Asia. If that makes sense to you. Saudi Arabia, Transjordan, all that Southwest Asia.
I thought Babylon is also where Persia was at one time, and all of these, the Hittites, all of these was pretty much like the same.
You
No, the Persians,
bro.
the Persians, that's over there. That's towards the Kush Valley. That's in the Kush Valley, which is still West Asia.
Hey Gideon, do you think the Persians existed during the time of the early Amorites?
No.
I see you shining over there, Yara. I like the
Yara in
frames.
the building. What up, Yara?
Them frames is nice. Hey, I like those.
Hey, shalom, elders. I came.
Hey, shalom, Shabbat shalom, fam. Peace and blessings to y'all, man. Y'all know I like
Shalom,
this.
shalom.
But when I get a chance to jump in, y'all let me know.
Almost.
So we can kick this up a notch.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, get it in. Go ahead, get it in.
Let's go.
Hey, I'm waiting for the host to give me the flag, bro.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the stage, Elder Yara, a man cracking heads, platform to platform, known for doing what he does best. They're calling him the Hebrew samurai right now. Beware and make sure you fact check before you speak. Go ahead, Yara. I saw you.
No doubt. Can I show my screen?
Yes, sir.
This is for you, Humble. And it's just so we can have a discussion, man. This is no ill malice, bro. But this is for you, brother. I'll put a smile on your face with this.
Y'all boys coming at my Bubba Humble, man. Y'all boys coming out with guillotine.
No, man, this
I love it.
This just to put a smile on my brother Humble's
Listen, they better come up here and come for me, man. If they ain't coming up here coming for me, what they doing, bro? What they doing? This how they better come. Go ahead,
like
that.
Right?
That's what I'm talking about, Yara. We doing this, man.
So I'm gonna just get to the part where my man, what we talking about, man. So let's go down here a little bit. So y'all can just take a quick peek, but we gonna get into it one day, Humble, me and you, brother. We gonna talk about some things, but let's get into it, right? This is a good source to read from: the history of Egypt, Chaldea, Syria, Babylonia, and Assyria, because what my brother Gideon and what Moreh Yirmiyahu was saying, Sapphire is saying, it does line up to a degree. So you got to know where the nuances are to understand the arguments that they're making, right? But this is a good source. But let's talk about, so before I get into this, the basis of this presentation I put together some time ago, it was just to prove and show blacks in antiquity, right? So talks about the Ur of the Chaldees and how they were actually originally known and studied to be found a Negroid people, right? Or Semitic people. So I wanted to make that clear, right? So going into what my brother Moreh Yirmiyahu was saying, Sargon the Great, right? is often a lot of times often confused with Sargon II, right? Which is a descendant of him. But we want to talk about this. But so I just want to read this, and then I'm gonna get directly to what you guys saying. And y'all can jump in, cut me off, because I could be long-winded. You already know that, so y'all just stop me, right? So this is source here, Trinitarian Doctrine of Genesis, the Jewish polity and priesthood. It says, on page 364, it says, I admit with great difficulty the theory of all the early astronomical knowledge of the Chaldees having been inquired or invented by his race, and that the Chaldees were originally black. It's important that you start the conversation there so we can understand when we start talking about who Abraham was among and those different type of people, and how we can trace. We know we're going to be talking about a Negroid or Shemitic people, right? So in this book here, The World of the Phoenicians, famed Italian archaeologist Sabatino Mascati claims that the Chaldeans were a black-skinned people. All this is important. I know this is a little bit off, but we're going to get into what we've been talking about, right? So here, located in southern Iraq, near the former northern limits of the Persian Gulf, you have right? It was one of the famous archaeological excavations along with Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt during the early 20th century. Frequently described in the popular press, the work at brought the magic of archaeology to life, particularly by tying the discoveries into familiar biblical stories. So we know that this excavation that was done here is actually dealing with the that the Bible is actually speaking of, what they're saying here, right? You can find this work this is at Penn Museum, University of Penn Museum. So between 1922 and 1934, the joint expedition of the British Museum and the Penn Museum was directed by C. Leonard Woolley and uncovered some of the most well-known and celebrated art from ancient Mesopotamia, right? So let's get into it. Let's talk about it a little bit. Y'all have gone over some of this, so y'all just jump in and stop me. So city of right? In favor of a more southerly location can be cited local traditions which are strong, linking Abraham both with Warka, which is modern day or learned as which was known as Iraq, right? And Kutha, which is known as Tel Ibrahim, right? Or what we would say Abraham, right? And by Eusebius, right? When he quotes Eupolemus, right, circa 100 BC, with Carmarinia, the moon city. So he's saying of Babylon, called by some the same city of Uri. So what they're saying is in antiquity that this city was once called Camarina, right, or the moon city. That's very important, especially in the biblical narrative, right, when it talks about the different deities that Abraham worshiped at one point, and why he was called out of the particular land and to go into a different land, right? Because he was dealing with a pantheon of deities, right? And if you understand the connection to the moon city, right, or the crescent moon or the moon, this was one of the symbols of those deities, right? During this particular time that we would say Abraham would have existed, right? And this is going to be very important because we do know that when you study the name, and I'm going to show it to you and break it down, when you study the name of what the Bible tells us Abraham's father was, it means worshiper of the moon. So we have some of these things that are not just coincidental, but we have to talk about it in a way where we just can't dismiss it, right? So let's talk about it, right? So it says, we know that Babylonia is also called by some the city of Uri, right? This Camarina, right? Eusebius says this at one point. They called it Kutha, right? Or Kutha, right? Or was known as Tel Ibrahim, Warka, city of Iraq. These different cities, right, were all connected. So when Yirmiyahu, Moreh Yirmiyahu was talking about all the different cities that Sargon founded, these cities were in place. These are talking about the very same lands, right? Give or take a few hundred miles here, a few hundred miles there, but right at each other. So by 1866, the name U or Uri was read on several buildings and other inscriptions, right? So in modern day English, we say right? But the older inscriptions that they found, the ancient inscriptions, when they excavated their city, they basically, it was written this way, Uri or Uri, right? Which was read on several buildings and other inscriptions from the site of Tel El Mukoria in southern Iraq, 6 miles southeast of Nazira on the Euphrates River. This ancient city of certainly lay in territory called Kaldu or Chaldea from the early first millennium BC. Since this area was normally named after the tribes living there and no earlier general name for this area is known, it would be unscientific. This is what I'm getting ready to say. It would be unscientific to call the reference to of the Chaldeans in the second millennium an anachronism. You see? The problem is that people don't realize there's 2 different cities and 2 different locations with the name of and I'll get to that later, right? But when you're talking about the of the Bible, which is where they're making the connection from, it talks about how, and I'm gonna read it again. It would be, and let me read this here. This ancient city of certainly lay in territory called Kaldu or Chaldea, right? From the earlier 1st century BCE. So he's saying we know that this name, Chaldea or Kaldu, right? This name came about in the early 1st century BCE. I think we can all agree on that. But listen to what he says. He says, since this area was normally named after the tribes living there, and no earlier general name for the area is known, it would be unscientific to call the reference to of the Chaldees in the second millennium an anachronism. Because what they're saying is it wasn't called anything else before then. So when people say of the Chaldees is an anachronism, he's telling you it's unscientific to really do that because nothing else was there.
Facts.
So he says the southern identification for the biblical is followed here. Now let's get into it a little bit more. Here's what I was saying. There are 2 ancient cities called that are known from archaeology. By far the most famous is a city in southeastern Mesopotamia that was a great city of early civilization. A second which was far less prominent, is called in Haran. And for all of us Bible scholars and historians, we know the significance of this, right? A second which was far less prominent, is called in Haran. The problem is, as I said, there were 2 different cities called in 2 different locations. We have to get the proper location, what the Bible is speaking of when it talks about right? So it says, which is far less prominent, it's called in Haran by an ancient tablet from Ebla. So on the Ebla tablets, you'll see in Haran. So we know that this name or this city existed, right? So Islamic tradition identifies Sanit Lufer or Urfa, y'all see the in there, which is 24 miles or 39 kilometers northwest of Iran, is Abraham's original home. So Islamic tradition even holds that Abraham's original home would be in Haran, right? Now, if we go back to what this writer is saying here, he's saying to call it of the Chaldees, it's still of the Chaldees, but we're talking about 2 different locations. So to call it an anachronism is unscientific. This is not Elder Yara's words. So I'm just saying a little bit more deeper study, but let's continue just a little bit. Y'all can jump in and stop me, right? It says this city was refounded in the Hellenistic period as Edessa and later became the center of the Syriac Christian community. Although some scholars identify Ur of the Chaldees with the northern city of Ur, the arguments in favor of the southern location are compelling. In Stephen's speech in Acts chapter 7, this is a biblical quote, he says that Abraham's original home was in the land of the Chaldeans. There's a difference there. Acts chapter 7, verse 4, a term which is used by other biblical writers to refer to what? Southern Mesopotamia, which would be Ur of Haran. Not the Ur that most people are arguing about where they can't find any evidence. You see what I'm saying? Or where it wouldn't make sense because there's two different cities named Ur. So let's continue a little bit. A term which is used by other biblical writers to refer to southern Mesopotamia. You see it in Isaiah chapter 23, verse 13, Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 12, Ezekiel chapter 12, verse 13. It seems that the author of Genesis intended to specify the southern location of Ur by identifying it as the one that is in the land of the Chaldeans. Right there, that tells us we're not all talking about the same Ur. But archaeology has already told us, and we understand there are two different cities called Ur. We got to get to the right one, right?
That's right.
It says that Abraham had to leave. Y'all can interrupt me anytime. Stephen says that Abraham had to leave the land of the Chaldees in order to travel to Haran. That's in Acts chapter 7, verse 4. Whereas the reference to the northern Ur as Ur in Haran shows that it's already lay within the territory of Haran. Stephen indicates in Acts chapter 7, verse 2, that what he means by Mesopotamia, Abraham's original home, is a different region than the region around Haran, since he says that Abraham lived in Mesopotamia before he lived in Haran. So we're talking about two different places.
Right. So basically what Elder Yara and this author here is presenting is the fact, I keep going back to Sargon the Akkadian.
Facts.
Okay, Akkad. So this is again middle bronze, middle to towards the late Bronze Age. Well, Abraham would be late Bronze Age. But again, when we talk about the Kasdim in this time period, okay, we're talking about the Akkadian. Okay, so when you go into the Iron Age, these are the new Assyrians. Okay, totally different time frames there.
That's right.
Thank you, for bringing that up.
Yeah, and it's a reason. That's why I said you were right. It's a reason, and it's a reason for that. We can get into more about Abraham's journeys and different things like that in the throughout the biblical text. I just want to deal with the with Ur, because that's really what we were talking about. He says, so first
y'all real quick, because you know this is a topic that I'm supposed to be beating GD Capone up on. So I got all the smoking primaries for this topic. My stand. Oh yeah, I'm waiting on Capone.
I hate getting involved in people's debates, whether I agree with one side or another. I hated getting people.
We've been talking about it on this topic on this panel for a while, but I mean, so I got some great primaries. I'm taking the stance that the Ur of Chaldeas is a northern location in Haran and the southern Turkey area. Capone was arguing for a southern Mesopotamia, Iraqi location. My argument is that he's basing that strictly off of Leonard Crowley's discovery in 1934. Before that discovery, it just all points to northern Turkey. I think the confusion lies in the term Kasdim and Kaldu. When they talk about, which both mean Chaldean, right?
Correct.
So when they are referring to the 9th century Chaldee or Chaldeans, they're referring to the Chaldee. When they're referring to 2000 BC Abraham and they're referring to these Chaldeans, my argument has always been that they are referring to the sons of Chesed, right?
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I agree. I have to agree with that because the easy thing for that, King J, is that Kasdim is the Hebrew term for Chaldea.
Exactly. And it's
So
just
when
plural.
you
It's just a
right,
plural.
so wherever you first place Israel or the Hebrew language, you have to place that terminology after that point.
Exactly. And
So
I mean,
anything
and then
before that makes you right on your stance, King J.
Mhm.
See what
And
I'm
then
saying?
and then it's just like Haran is right there, Nahor is right there, Tarai
Yes.
is the father's location, Taraki, all of that is right there in Turkey. I mean, I've already said all this in before, so I'm not giving things even away.
Yeah.
And
And that's what I'm saying,
even if
though,
I
like,
give you Jubilees 11:3, that was always my dagger. Jubilees. If you ever get a chance, go to Jubilees 11:3. I'm reading it right now, and it says, "And the son of Kasad, built the city of Ara of the Chaldeans, and he called his name after his own name and the name of his father." So it's even in the Bible. So my argument has always been that the tradition has always been the northern location, up until Crowley came along, made the discovery in 1934, and trying to find a Mesopotamian origin for biblical location.
Yeah, Crowley basically says that. So so the thing in my this is why I came to this point in the presentation is because the Bible is only talking about Abraham's migration patterns, right? That's all it is. It's a migratory pattern, right? That you can only really travel from and Haran, that area, right? Because later on it tells you that was his brother, if I'm not mistaken, Gideon and Mori Yirmiyahu. It says that Haran is Abraham's brother, right?
I think nephew. I think Haran is the son of Nahor, so it's probably like his
Son of
nephew.
Nahor, but they Terah moved his family to Haran, which is in Aram or today Syria.
Yeah, but do you know where Taraki is? It's still in Turkey. All these areas are like 15 miles away from each other.
That's what I was just
saying. But that's not actually Turkey, though.
Well, the terminology back then, northern Mesopotamia is modern day Turkey. So don't get it confused.
But that's not Turkey. But that's not Turkey, though.
Turkey. It is Turkey. It's southern Turkey. Brother, I just had to, brother, on this very platform last week, I pulled up a map and just busted Capone ass on this very topic. It's Haran is in southern Turkey, brother.
That's not Turkey. Well, go ahead.
That's not Turkey. Why isn't southern Turkey?
The reason why it's not Turkey is because Turkey is Asia Minor. Those are the Turkey. Is the northern region. Syria is a totally different place from Turkey.
I see y'all actually really saying the same thing. Let's make it 100. Let's keep it 100. Y'all basically are correct. But when somebody says one is not and one is, y'all basically talking about the exact same land. And that's why
time period we're talking about.
Yeah, time period is what makes the difference. And that's what you've been saying a lot, King J. You got to have the argument along with the chronology,
exactly,
or you're gonna miss it, right? You're gonna miss it, and so that's why and I'm saying this. That's why, because in the biblical narrative, when Stephen talks about, that's why he says it the way he says it, in the land of the Chaldeans, right? He's saying, or in the land of the Kasdim. And
all he's saying is the children of Chesed. And I really see confirmation when Abraham sends to go back to his homeland. He sends them to Padan Aram. He doesn't send them to Mesopotamia.
Right. He
I
sends
mean,
it to
Iraq.
Adon Aram. And then what
Right.
happens? I'm glad you brought that up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Babylon. Exactly.
yeah, exactly. Because what happens? What happens when he sends his servant back? He says, "Go get someone from among my people."
Yeah,
Right?
not the Canaanites.
Not the Canaanites, exactly. But then
Exactly.
it's and I used to argue, and this is where I have to say this is where I had to grow in my understanding, because I used to argue against this all the time with Lex Vortex. And I will say, I hope he ain't listening, but he probably won't be, but he was right to a degree. When in the book of Ezekiel, it talks about your father was an Amorite and your mother was a Hittite.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It really is talking about Abraham and Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are the
Ain't
people
they sister and brother? Ain't they half
that were
sister
in
and
the
brother?
land of the Chaldeans.
Adon Aram.
I used to argue
Huh?
against that. But when you look at the map in the chronology, in the chronological order, those are the peoples that you will see. And the only reason why I was able to determine that is because I did a whole breakdown on the Hittites. And once I did a breakdown on the Hittites, then I could see the lands where they were occupying.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then you start to look at the kingdom of Mari, the kingdom of Yamhad.
Exactly.
But listen, but what's crazy is this. I think it further argues my argument is that hold on, I'll tell you real quick. Is that
Okay.
Urfa is not anachronistic to use Urfa the way that I'm using it, because Urfa has been in existence since 10,000 BC.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And that's what I was saying earlier on when I started reading this, right? Some of these cities have been around for so very long. And then what happens is that at some point you have other people come in, conquer these lands, but they acculturate. They take on the culture that was already there before them. Right? And so even though they're not the original people of that land, they're still furthering on some of the traditions that existed well before them in that land. And so they
like
would start worshiping some of their gods. And so then what people would do is they would say, oh, those are those people because they're worshiping that God. But those aren't the original people. They just came into that land and started worshiping those people's gods.
That just converse, basically.
Basically, yes.
Right.
And so we see this happen, especially among the Mitanni. We see them do this.
Right. So listen, that's why they say the Hittite disappear. They don't disappear, they assimilate.
They assimilate. Absolutely.
Hey, hold on. Y'all talking about it? Y'all talking about it? Ezekiel 16?
And GD and Capone. This Sunday, 11 a.m. we have Modern. We have Yara and Isan. That's this Sunday, right? We scheduled for Yara.
I think it's this Sunday. Yes, it is.
Just making sure you said this Sunday. Okay, yeah. It's
Yes,
this Sunday,
this Sunday.
11 a.m. Make sure you tune in for this one. Mystic Conversations with the Israelite. It's not a debate. It's just a healthy discussion.
Glad you warned me.
Yes. I put the verses on there. That's how AI spit it out.
But it's all good. I've never had a conversation with Isan before. So, you know.
I know that Sarah conversation that you just brought up. He talks about her a lot. So
Okay.
I think I sent the topics over as well. If you have any questions, though.
Yeah, you did send a couple of things over that he wanted to talk about. Didn't say what about them, but I can pretty much guess what they're going to be about.
Yeah, I'll put you two in the. If you want, I could put you two on a call or in a little private chat.
No, man, that's the cesspool. I'm not getting that cesspool.
Okay. I'll just let you catch them live. Again, 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. this
I enjoy listening to him, though.
11 a.m. this Sunday. Back to you, gentlemen. Go ahead, GD.
Hey, shalom. Peace to the panel.
Hey,
Hey, shalom, man.
I heard bits and pieces of the conversation once I clicked join. I didn't hear. So when y'all was saying Ezekiel 16, what was y'all's interpretation of Ezekiel 16?
I was saying that in Ezekiel 16, when it talks about your father was an Amorite and your mother was a Hittite, that it actually is referring to Abraham and Sarah.
Well,
Capone, we basically was talking about me busting your head because
I wasn't saying that.
We gonna let you bust my head.
Y'all right.
You gonna get your chance to shine. So
y'all right. Based on the talking
I want to
points
offer some insight
Go ahead, Capone.
No, I just wanted to offer some insight about Ezekiel 16.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if brothers if you receive it or not. So I studied Ezekiel 16 for quite a while because atheists always pull that. Your mother was a Hittite and Amorite. So I researched it. Like, man, what is this talking about? But I had to read the full passage. So when you read from 1 to I think it's like 45 or something like that, it's not talking about Israel at all, right?
No.
It's talking about the land of Jerusalem. And it's talking about, when you read so in Ezekiel 16, when it says your mother was a Hittite and your father was an Amorite, or your nativity was a Hittite and an Amorite, it's talking about the native land of Jerusalem. Who was there first? The Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites. These was the first inhabitants of the land. And to back that, to precept that, or to back that up, is it's in the Wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha in chapter I think 13. It talks about the first inhabitants of the land. So it's really not talking. So when Ezekiel was giving this prophecy, when he's prophesying Jerusalem, he's telling you the nativity of Jerusalem. Nativity means the native in the land first. So the first people that was in the land before the children of Israel were the Amorite, was different Canaanite tribes. The Amorite.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that breakdown.
So it's not talking about Abraham. It's not talking about Sarah. It's not.
And just real quick, Capone, I don't agree with that breakdown. And I'm getting a lot of echo. But what do you think about Deuteronomy 26 verse 5, where it talks about Jacob being a wandering Aramean?
He's being Assyrian, right? And then the Hebrew is Armenian. Right. So
remember, I think you might mute out, so I'm on echo. So I think the conversation was alluding to Padan Aram, right? So Aramean, Padan Aram, that's the land. So it's alluding to Abraham being Aramean. So for them to say Jacob was an Aramean in Deuteronomy 26:5, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, so we know that Abraham and his father Terah, they left Chaldea and went into Haran. With that area of Haran is where the Armenians would have been at. It's Syria. So we know that they went there and they dwelt there. Matter of fact, Terah died there, and Abraham stayed there for quite some time, and then he left. Right, Abraham and his brother. I think his brother named Nahor.
They have the cave of Abraham there, and they have the pool of Abraham there.
Well, the cave of Abraham is in Mamre, I think. Is it Mamre? Hebron? It's in Hebron or Mamre, one of them.
Which is next to
another one is the well.
Yeah. You're gonna have according to Josephus, in Haran, they called it they named it the habitation of Abraham because he lived there.
Yeah, so these are all Aramean people.
No, they was technically they was Sumerian or Babylonian.
No, that makes no sense,
Me-
brother.
Ch-
Who was,
I'll say that
real quick, just mute your mic real quick. I want
they
you
was
to echo.
Chaldean. It was Chaldean.
No,
Real quick, just,
they would
real
have been
quick, just mute your
Syrian.
mic.
They would have been Syrian
You
people.
gotta
Syrian.
echo every time somebody else talks. Just mute your mic while other people are talking, so they can. Okay. So, right, we just went over this point upon their Kasdim. The word in the Bible uses Kasdim. So we know that these Kasdim are children of the sons of Chesed. Right. So we've established this. So what I'm telling you is that these people would be Arameans.
Yes. They
Who
would be
is
an
Aram?
Aramean.
Because it's simple as genealogy asking you who Aram is.
Aram is the first son of Abraham, Shem.
Okay, exactly. And he lived in, and these are in the Aramean highlands. The land is named
Yeah.
after him. So this is Padam Aram is named after him. This is where Abraham is saying he's from.
No, wait, well, that's what Aram. Yes, the name is the place is named after Aram, but that's not where Abraham is originally from. Originally, Abraham came from the Chaldeans.
No, see, what it is that Capone is confusing what Elder Yara was bringing out earlier. Okay, about the two Okay, so the of Chaldean, okay, or the Kasdim again. We're looking at Sargon the Akkad. That's why I keep going back to Akkad, which is north of Iraq, which will be in the land of what? Syria or the Assyrians.
Correct. Because you got to remember Abraham, because see, the Bible gives us the context clues, right? So Abraham, I think somebody would just had mentioned when he sends his servant back among his people to get a wife for his son. That servant that he sends back is Eleazar. The Bible tells us that Eleazar is a Syrian. So we know that Abraham necessarily wouldn't have been considered quote unquote a Syrian, because it makes a distinction between him and Eleazar, his servant, who is a Syrian from, I think, from Damascus, right? From or
Elijah of Damascus. It's actually Genesis 15 too.
Right, but his servant is from Elam, or which is known as Persia.
Yeah.
Well, Elam,
yeah.
Somebody got to mute up.
They got two
When
things.
Capone go off mute, it's the echo for everybody.
Yeah, he probably got the stream yard open and the YouTube.
I got an echo.
Turn your screen guard. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
might
gonna come
have
back on my. I'm gonna come back on my other phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think that
good. Yeah, mic check. Go ahead, Elder Yara.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But see, that's why I said King J and Muriel Yahoo, I think you guys are really on the same road, just on opposite sides of the street. But y'all walking in the same direction. Y'all just on the opposite sides of the street. But it's all the same street. So I think that once you really get into the context, and the good thing about this is these aren't things that we have to interpolate or create or make up. Right, the archaeology is there, the anthropology is there, right? We have inscriptions that are there. We basically for most time periods in history, right? Especially in ancient Near Eastern history, the chronology during that time period is almost impeccable as you can have it. So if you follow that, you pretty much can't go wrong with the with the argument unless you bring a confirmation bias to it, right? You just want something to be there that does not exist, right?
Paradolia. But see, I'm trying to figure out where, if he's not using Leonard Crowley's work, where else is he getting it from? Because I said nothing suggested. all of the locations. Terah, if he's saying they left from Terah first, from the father's house first, show me in southern Iraq where Taraki is. Taraki is in northern Turkey. I mean,
Yeah.
in southern Turkey. So it's like it don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense to walk 600 miles from Iraq up to Haran
Right.
and then down when I can just walk straight from Urfa,
So
which is like 30 miles.
Yeah.
okay, so the whole thing is Tira left the Erkaz. So let me get this straight. So
Let's start at the beginning.
hold on, no, hold on,
And
hold
go
on.
point by
Let
point.
me get. You just made your point.
No, I mean step by step of what you finna say, because you finna say with Terah first. So let's establish where Taraki is first.
I think that's what he was trying to
No,
do.
no.
Okay,
You
okay,
can do
okay.
that during your. You just made your stand. So I want to lay this out now. So
Yeah.
Terah leaves from of the Chaldeans, Kasdim. Now, if the people mislabel you stating that what you're laying out is that they did a misnomer or it's a misclassification of the land of Chaldea, being titled to the ancient city of the Sumerians, when they really was talking about the northern location. Well, that causes problems, right? For one, it says that Abraham left Ur of the Chaldeans. In Joshua 2, it explains what Terah and his peoples was doing in Chaldea. They was worshiping the stars. That's another word for Kasdim, right? My bad. Kasad to tell you that, right? So, so we know that it's talking about. That's why it says Kasdim, because it's an identifier to let you know that they're talking about southern Mesopotamia. Now, my question to you is it have the Chaldean people, the Greeks coined them Chaldeans, by the way. These Chaldean people, was they ever in northern Mesopotamia? That's one question to you.
Okay, so this is so the Kasdim were, and which is who I referred to before, were the children of Kased. Sons of Kased, plural would be Kasdim. So when they're referring to Kasdim during the period of 2000 BC, these who are they referring to? The children of Kased, sons of Kased. I want to draw a distinction between Kasdim, the word they're actually using, and the Chaldu, who you are actually referring to. So when you get to actually studying who the Chaldu are, they are the ones who appear 9th century BC in Babylon, not Kasdim. So there's a distinguishment between Chaldu and Kasdim, but they both mean Chaldean. So I can understand where you might be getting confused or mixed up at in you know what I'm saying, in those regards. But just if you just study Chaldu, you realize that when they're talking about the people group that appeared 9th century BC in that location, it's not Kasdim. So when they're saying in the Bible Kasdim, they're distinguishing from the later group who are the Chaldu, who are also, which is the same Greek word for the Greeks messing it all up for everybody, confusing shit. Basically,
So, wait, hold on.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
Well, go ahead. Y'all right. I'm let me know when I can speak
It's
again.
y'all debate. I'm just listening, man. Y'all go ahead. I'm listening. I don't like to interfere.
So King J, I had this question earlier. I wanted to I want any one of y'all can answer me. So I had said something earlier. I was like, yo, ain't the Assyrians, the Hittites, the Babylonians, and all of these people pretty much the same people, but at different times they're named different people because of what's going on in that area? And they told me no. But what I'm hearing right now is that these people are pretty much roaming from the same areas and in the same terrain, but then their names changing throughout history and throughout time. Oh, am I mistaken, bro? Please clarify that, please. My fault.
I mean, these is people who were actually doing trade with each other, if anything, not as being the same people or coming from the same families. These are just people that knew each other, or at least powers, the elites that knew each other.
But yeah,
So
Capone, jump back in there real quick. I did want you to respond.
when we look at the
I did want you to
Babylon,
respond.
Hold on. You can't take up the whole panel. You know,
my bad.
let the brothers go. No, go ahead and finish. I'm gonna go after you, OTK.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. So what you said about that, I respect that. They doing trade, they different people at different times. So what about what happens when one person is taking over the area? Because I heard Elder Yara said that, like, yo, when these people is conquering these areas, now they start incorporating their culture with their culture and kept letting it ride. So what I'm saying now, when we look in history, we see all this area might be Babylon, and then we see all this area might be Hittite area, then we see all this area might be Assyrians, depending on who's conquering at the time. So I'm just trying to make sure am I on the right track with that? That's all
Yeah,
I'm asking. My fault.
you're right,
I would
because
say
you can
you
just
are.
sum it up and say they all Amorites.
The facts. And I want to say this real quick to that whole Amorite thing, right? There's two distinct usages for the term Amorite, right? And I used to say this all the time. You have one that was the name of a group of people, right? Like the same tribe of people. Then you had the term Amorite usage that you would see that people of ancient Kemet would often use, and they would use it in a form of when they would say like Amorite, it just meant foreigners from the West. So that could be any group, like all of those groups the brother OTK just named, right? It could be any one of those groups from the West, and they could be called Amorites. But then there was a specific group of people that were known as Amorites, right? Which is
which are Canaanites.
Yes.
Talking about the Canaanites.
Well, to be specifically, I would call them Amuru.
Yes, I would absolutely.
Amu.
Yeah, Amu. And so I think
And the word, and it's just for a little education. The word Amu is what really later becomes the word Assyria. It's Amu.
Wait, hold on. So the Amu is different than the Amoru. I just wanted to say that from in Egyptian.
Not really.
Well, they are both foreign. Okay, they are both foreign. Right?
One of them isn't.
Hold on. Can I finish? They both foreign from the land from Kemet, but the Amuru are identified as a ethnonym, right? And the Amu are identified as Asiatics.
I like to just distinguish it as
or foreigners, because it has the foreign the throw stick. So
I like to just distinguish them as the elite of the Amu. So like the Hyksos, to me, the Hyksos dynasty is nothing but Amorite, the elite of the Amu.
I agree
That's
with
it.
that.
That's all
I
that
agree
is.
with that. I agree
Amu,
with that because
the elite class of the Amu.
Oh yeah, the Hyksos. Yeah, the Hyksos was the chieftain.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's all it is. They're the elite of this particular class of people.
Right. They were the political.
So Josephus goes through this, man. He explains it, bro. It's the whole it is the word Hakakasus or Hyksos, right? But over time, that became known. That's a word for all of their descendants. His name is known as Hyksos as they rule.
Well, no, I think you got that
Not
mixed up.
even the ones.
Let him finish. Let him finish. King J, and then you come right because I think you're gonna make the point. So
King J.
Yeah, let the brother finish it.
King J.
Even the ones that okay, so the word Hakakasus is used for any foreign chieftain. So any, like he said, elite person that's a foreigner. So when they began to dwell in Egypt and they rule for a period of time, by the time that it gets to Manetho is 3rd century. Remember, these people were ruling 1,000 years before him almost. So by his time, that name is hold I'm forgetting the word, but that name is identified for a group of people that came from out of them. It says it in Josephus. It says this whole tribe became known as the Hekakasus. Why? Because they was foreign rulers and they was foreign. They was captive kings or something like that. And then he explains it. You got to read the Josephus though, but I ain't from the.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
Yeah,
it.
before
But
y'all
I
get
was,
started though, is my screen still sharing?
You, King J.
nah, not
It's on
yet.
you, King J.
I want
But
somebody to share my
I was just
screen
gonna,
real quick.
I was just gonna ask the
It's
brother
on you.
And
Capone
then let
about
King
what
J go.
if that was the true, then why would we have cases where the Kushites are known as Hyksos if it's an ethnicity?
And see, that's exactly what I just put
Well,
up,
I never
King.
said that it was. I never said. I never said that Hyksos was an ethnic. I said it
You
became an
did.
identifier
Right.
later in the 3rd century. Remember, Manetho is in the 3rd century BC.
Mm-hmm.
The Hyksos was in what? 15 in the second intermediate period in Kemet. The 17th dynasty, 1500s. Like somewhere
Are
in
you
that time.
are you aware of the
1500
Kushite
BC.
that are referred to as
Yes, that's
Hekakasu?
in the 8th. It's either the 8th century or the 8th dynasty. It's in the it's from the
Right.
Old Kingdom. They called the
So it's damn near
rulers
it's damn near contemporary.
they
It's
called
damn
the
near
Nuhasi. Go
It's
ahead.
damn near contemporaries with Manetho. What, a couple hundred years before Manetho?
How that's
300.
contemporary with Manetho? No, that's in the when the Kushites. Oh, you talking about in the 3rd intermediate period in the 25th
Mm-hmm.
dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a possibility. Because I'm telling you, because the word in the Metal Netta, it just means a foreign ruler.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
is there an assertion that calls those Kushites in the 25th dynasty Hekakasus?
By
Because I know
definition,
they
they would
called
be.
them that in the 8th
Yeah. Is y'all
dynasty.
sharing my screen?
That's
Yeah.
it.
Hey, King J. Hey,
It's
hold
up
on. Let
now.
me give King
Okay.
J. Hey, King J, bro.
Appreciate you.
Every time you talk, bro, it sound like your mic like jumping and skipping,
Yeah, it's
bro. And
choppy.
you saying
I
some
might get
powerful
choppy. Okay,
shit.
my bad.
Hey,
But
you all
yeah,
right?
your
You
shit
use
kind of low choppy, bro. And I had to let you know that because you be saying some good
it's
shit, man. And I
humble.
want to hear it, bro.
I'm gonna jump on my laptop. My bad.
Hey,
Yeah.
humble not here, but
Man,
hey, y'all right?
what
You use the
JJ on, man?
y'all right? You use the same picture that I use for my Hyksos
Typical
debate.
JJ.
Oh
He's having
yeah.
a good day.
Because these are the Hyksos, but these are Nubian.
Oh no,
These are
I ain't
Nubian.
use this. I use
It sound
Amenemhat
like
the
a
third
JJ.
because they were saying Amenemhat the third. He looked different than the other Egyptians. I use him.
Yeah,
That's the
because
thing.
more than likely, he was Nubian, right? He had
And
some
look,
type.
my bad. Well, look, if you did that, Capone, then you use a Hyksos depiction for Amenemhat the third, and that was an error because
No,
when
Yeah,
no,
he
he
the way
I
yo,
use
what
Amenemhat.
Yara, nah, what Yara is showing is an actual right there is an actual Hyksos pharaoh.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
You showed that and said that it's Amenemhat the third, and that's
No,
not right.
I didn't say who name. I didn't use. His name wasn't right there. It's just the picture.
He just
It's
depicts.
but if
I
the
get you. I
picture
get
is of Amenemhat the third, because I read this article and they was
It's not.
saying that
It's not.
he looked different than all the other than the Egyptian pharaohs, than the Nasus. He looked different. He didn't look like the Egyptian pharaoh. Even his headdress was different and his beard wasn't like this. He had a full beard or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So they were saying like he was a foreigner.
who's sharing this right now? Is this
But
Elder Yara sharing
go
this
ahead,
right here?
Yara. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
take no
this
more
is
of your
Elder
Yara.
time.
Yara. Hey, Elder
Yes.
Yara, where is this
Yes.
from, bro? Can you let us know where is this from that you're presenting right now, bro?
Oh, this is my information. This is my presentation.
Oh, this your presentation. Okay. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
bet. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll send it to you if you want. This is the
Let's go.
Hyksos king of Pepa or Pepi the First, or the Greeks call him Apopus from the 16th dynasty. He is a Hyksos Nubian king, right? And so how the Egyptian text where the Hyksos call themselves Kosh, right? We know that's Kushite, right? Kosh or Kushite or Kush, right?
Facts.
The Turin Royal Canon, where the Hyksos were styled Heka Kasu, the same name they called the other Cushites in Nubia during the Old Kingdom period. And during the New Kingdom period, the Cushites were still being called Kush or Kush. The same name, watch, the Hattians called themselves. You see? The Kashka or rulers of Cushites.
That's true.
The first 4 rulers of the Hyksos called themselves Heka Kashu on their seals and monumental door jambs at Avaris. You see what I'm saying? So this is why when I had my debate with Jabari, and he kept saying, well, the Bible blames the native Egyptians for being the Bible is against Africa, is against Egyptians. I'm like, nah, the Bible never is not saying that those are the native Egyptian people, right? It's talking about the Hekakasu, or that ruling class of people, or those people that descended from them, and then there's a ruling class that continues after them, right? So, because when the scripture talks about there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph, that just means these people came up in the political ranks. This was not a conquering people, right? They just rose to power, right, among these different groups. And so that's who were ran out. That almost ran out of ancient Kemet, and he ran them up into Shahurim, right? So these oftentimes when we're reading about these things, we have a tendency to clump all of these things together. That's why when my good brother Yirmiyahu, when he's dealing with the language, I listen attentively what he's saying, because it matters when you're getting the proper identification of these people. And then when King J, when he comes and he talks about you got to have your chronology right, you have to have your chronology right. Because here's another thing about those kings lists, right? None of those kings lists or Kemetic kings lists actually look like they don't have they don't list all the same kings the same way. The Turin Papyrus doesn't do it. The Turin World Canon has a different list of kings, some mixed in, some there. The Palermo is the Palermo stone. They have a different list, right? All of these kings lists are different to a degree. That's because they're recording different. They're not all the same people. Some of these pharaohs, some are ruling to the north and some are ruling to the south, and they're running parallel. But guess what? They're giving different dates too. But it's happening at the same time, but they're giving different dates. So a lot of times we get these things confused because we studying with confirmation bias. We're trying to make somebody's wrong, trying to see, I'm gonna prove him wrong when I get up on this panel, I'm proving right. Like, I get that for a debate and I get that for argument, but your information has to sense the what we know actually existed or happened in anthropology, sociology, archaeology. It has to synthesize, right? That information, you have to be able to synthesize your information to make a coherent argument. And sometimes what happens, what happens with a lot of us, and then I'll stop because there's something else we do. A lot of us present information that we read that a lot of us or a lot of people have never heard before, and we mock or we laugh at it before we take the time to really study it and break it down. Nobody says, hey brother, I've never heard that before, come back and let's do a discussion or let's have a breakdown. That's why I can appreciate the conversations King J and I have.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
because
facts,
we don't all know it all. we only know, and most of us only know what we have access to.
Big facts.
And guess what?
Big facts.
My daughter is about to graduate from DePaul University, right?
Shout out to Chi-Town, man.
Yeah, no doubt. And she just and when she got there, she said, like, she come and said, hey Dad, I got full access to their library. She's like, When she's like, here's the login or whatever. So she gave me that about a year ago.
Oh, you got that database then. So that means you got access to a lot of primaries that we don't have. So you have
when I tell y'all, so when y'all hear Elder Yara saying stuff y'all didn't hear him say 6 months ago or a year ago, that's because I'm looking at resource information. And it's like, I can't say that anymore because that ain't what it is.
What if that information that you find takes you to American Indian?
Well, okay. I guess I got to put it out here.
Would you accept it? Would you accept
it?
I'm just asking.
So this is what I know, right? This is what I know, and I'm speaking personally, right? My great grandmother, right, was a full-blooded Chippewa, right? On my mother's side.
Shout out to the ancestors. Shout out to
no
the
doubt.
ancestors.
On my father's side, my great grandmother was Algonquin. Now, those are two Indian tribes.
Yes.
Right? They both were full-blooded. One married a mulatto on my father's side. A white man mixed with a black man. His father was white. No, his father was white and his mother was black, so he was a mulatto.
But you know, mulatto was also an Indian and a white man too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So that is who that, and my great grandmother was a full-blooded Algonquin. So that's who he married.
Ooh.
Right. So, but on my grandmother's side, you know, they were full-blooded Chippewa. So until my mother married my father when I was like 5 years old, up until that time, my last name was Squalls. I had a full-blooded Indian name.
Oh,
right?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
My last name was Squalls, Squalls. That's you know, on my mother's side, that's what my name was until my parents got married. So for my great grandmother on my mother's side, who was Chippewa, her story is that I have to ask my sister. I'm gonna have my sister write it down and send it to me, because I can never pronounce it. She gave me her mother's name, and her mother's name was about like 8 names long. But I know it was like Star Spangled Banner, Statue of Liberty, some type of something, but it was all Native American names after that. Them was the only ones I can remember right now. But she had about 8 different names. On my father's side, her name was Miniwa, right? And they called her Minnie for short, but her name was Miniwa. But she was a full-blooded Algonquin Indian, right? But she looked, you know what she looked like? She looked like a female version of what's the boy name, man, that did the record, If You Happy. What's his y'all know his name, the weird dude. Pharrell, exactly. Thank you, brother. She looked like Pharrell. When I was saying that, something, man, she looked like Pharrell with hair, with long hair. That's who she looked like. But she's a full-blooded Indian. So, but my great grandmother on my father's side, I'm gonna get to her. Her story is that they were Native Americans living in Canada, and and she married a Canadian, and they moved down into Louisiana. But she says their people had always been there, but she is as dark as Oprah Winfrey. Just to give y'all some context of her color, right? So she's a black, if you looked at her, she's a black woman. She's black, but she was a Native American. But she's full-blooded Chippewa. So she said they came down from Canada Her people always lived up in that Canadian region. They came from Canada, they moved down to Louisiana. That was her great-great-grandmother. So that's why I don't get into the Abel. I don't get into the Abel argument, because I could neither really confirm nor deny it. Now, if you ask me, did the transatlantic slave trade happen? Yes, but I believe more went to Latin America, Brazil, Turks and Caicos in there than they actually brought to the Americas. But did they bring some to the Americas? Absolutely. So, but I do know, just in study, I know the Seminole, those who they call Seminoles, they had a different name for themselves, and somebody started calling them Seminoles. They've been down in that Florida marsh region for thousands of years. They tell you that. They tell you that. I got people from Florida. They tell you that. But I don't. But that's just about as far as I get it. So I don't really get into that argument, because I have Native American blood in my family. Like, I could go to. I've never done it, but my sister got a reservation thing. I've just never done it. I don't think she's used it for school and stuff. I don't think she used it, but she found the family stuff, and because we found out that they go through the matrilineal side on Native America. So if you could prove who your grandmother was, or your great-great-grandmother was, if they was anything full-blooded, not mixed, you can't have one drop of nothing, they was full-blooded, then you can get that. And so my sister got it. I just never used it. I've never used it. I never tried to use it. But so it's just, that's my thing on it. So I don't have an argument against it. I just don't. I don't have an argument against it, me personally. So that's just my thing, man. I don't. If people say their ancestors were still, I don't have an argument against it. I just don't. I don't have an argument against it. But I do know that a lot of us were. I do know a lot of Native Americans. The thing is, people will say Native Americans were buying African slaves and keeping them as slaves. No, they weren't doing that. They were purchasing them to give them freedom, because they lived among them and not as slaves, right? Now, of course, you got some bad apples in the bunch, I'm sure, but from my study on that, it's just like things we saw. It's just like what we see in the Torah. A lot of people were being purchased as slaves so they could be offered their freedom, right?
Yeah. You're talking about the Trail of Tears?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I see a lot more evidence for that than I do mostly anything else. But that's because I haven't studied in depth either. So like I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't argue against it, because I don't have enough to argue against, right? And not that I would even try to argue against it. I just don't know. But I just know my family background, right? Uh-huh. I know what I can prove about myself. So
I think it comes down to classification and with the census, basically. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They classified Native Americans and blacks as colored.
Yep, they did. They did do that. They did that. So I don't argue against that, man. But but going back to the conversation about and Abraham and early Chaldees, I think it's a good debate. I'm gonna fall back because I hate getting involved in people's debates. So if I don't know y'all's debate, I wouldn't even show my presentation. But if my screen is still sharing, is my screen still sharing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just going back then to the Hyksos conversation in the Hyksos, like we have seals from the Hyksos, right, or the Hyksos, right? And I don't know if y'all can really see them really good. We have these seals, and some of them worship Ra, a lot of them worship Set, but they worship Ra because when they came into that land, they rose to power. They took on the deity of the native Egyptians who did worship Ra. They just took that on. But then you have a whole nother group that we can identify them just by their name, right? That they brought Set worship with them, right? So, you'll see that at times. So, like,
they would have been comfortable with Set because they would have been familiar with Baal worship. They're kind of maybe similar desert, type of gods.
Yeah, and so that's why I be laughing sometimes when cats be like, like the old boy that be running around here screaming. He used to be screaming and yelling all the time. Sarasut Seti, right? Seti is a variation of Set worship. That's it's Asiatic, bro. He don't understand it.
Signifies chaos.
Exactly. He don't understand it, but that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So when he be going around beating his chest, talking about that, like, bro, you talking about, he don't really know what he's saying, but it's all good. But a lot of this stuff, and see, for y'all who read the Meta Nature, right? Y'all can read it better than me. So, this is my research, right? So we talk about the Heka, right? The rulers. We see the staff here, right? And then you see what is the proper term for this? I call it heels. What's the proper term for it though? Because I've heard different.
Which is a region, a highland or desert region. Some of them sometimes you'll see it with 2, and then some others with 3. But that's really what it just signifies. You'll see this a lot of times with Deseret. It'll be a determinative in Deseret.
Yeah, and so I do know they classify this as the N25 hieroglyph, right?
But I wouldn't associate the Kaz with Kush. I would just say that that's just the phonetic pronunciation of that determinative. It wouldn't signify that those are Kushites. Most times when we see Kushites, they would refer to them as probably Nehesi.
Correct.
So I got a question real quick, King J.
Attention with that, but go ahead.
How do you know that that's when they decipher that to be a hieroglyph? How do they know that that's a hieroglyph?
Because most of the iconography and literally the symbol is the actual thing. Like that's really what it is.
Right, but that symbol could be anything. It don't have to be a hill. It don't have to be a hill. So the reason why I ask this is because, like I say, when I read Josephus, which comes before Champollion, Gardner, and all these other linguists, right? He comes before them. So he actually learned the word by reading it from an actual Egyptian, Manito. They say that hieroglyph denotes a king.
I have read that too.
No, I was just thinking
I've never. He may have said, but hold on, Capone. He may have said that, but I've never seen it in a primary source.
I'm saying,
so you're saying it, but like, could you guide me? Like, if you're saying like, yeah, he said it, and this is the source. Could you guide me to the source and say
he's quoting Manito, but he's giving his commentary as he quotes Manito.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
all I'm saying is he saw it as a shepherd staff in a crown. He didn't see that as no hieroglyph. He says it denotes. But then again, he could have been talking about the Greek, and that's a whole nother thing. So
you're saying that. So you're saying that Manito looked at this and said when he said shepherd kings, that crook, that staff you said was shepherd, and the hills was kings. Is that what you suggested?
Let me clarify. My bad. Go ahead, finish.
No, I'm just saying, is that what you, when he said shepherd kings, because that's what he actually said, you're suggesting that instead of ruler, it should be shepherd, and king is the hieroglyph?
Right. So he says that, right? But
that's wrong.
Then he doubled downs on it and said it could be translated as captives king.
See, that's why you got to stop reading outdated work. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think
no. If it's outdated, it still is. It's the exaltation to an earlier time. We talking about things that's ancient. So I can't go to someone today looking at it and saying, "Oh, this is a hieroglyph for a foreigner." How do they know mean for the hills? Because the mountains is in Egypt. The mountains, where it is mountains in the Levant area. You got the ones that Balaam was on that surround what's it called? Those three mountain peaks, right? But they not three equal peaks though. Those three peaks is not equal. They slanted. It's like so the Egyptians wouldn't denote they too precise. They wouldn't denote those three hieroglyphs as three equal peaks because they not equal. The three peaks that Balaam went on, Yara, where he first conceded the camp, and then the other one he went, it was a little bit higher, then the other one it was a little bit higher. Those three peaks is not they not equal size.
Yeah, I understand. I clearly understand your argument, what you're saying. I just don't know enough about the meta nature and how it's constructed, especially determinatives and how they're constructed for me to make a sound make a sound inference about it, a statement about it. But I do know that the consistency is that Josephus got his designation is wrong.
Oh, that is wrong?
Yeah.
Bake the chicken like
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, Capone, I think that you make the error is that you're not realizing this is Egyptian iconography. You're assuming that they're associating this to the hills of the Levant and in those Palestine areas, when in reality they're talking about their own area. So they're referring to the highlands of Kush or near Nubia, whatever. These mountains, it has nothing to do with.
So they're referring to the highlands of Kush.
Nubia.
Okay, if they doing that, then okay, I'll step away. Good.
Hold on, just real quick, because remember when I said they contrasting the black land and the red land. A lot of times you see this as a determinative in the Deseret for Deseret.
Right.
So it's black land, red land. This would be a determinant. You probably see like a flamingo with it.
Yeah. So so let me just give my whole take on Josephus. I don't think that Josephus. I have to read the work that you saying when it says that he was wrong, because everything that I read about it points to him being right. Because when people say that Josephus is wrong, they misquote him and then misrepresent him. They go to what somebody else said about Josephus, and then they say that, oh, he was wrong. When Josephus is saying he's quoting Manetho. So if Josephus is wrong, then Manetho is wrong. And they wouldn't say that Manetho is wrong, but they say Josephus is wrong. So you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But what we got from Manetho, I think that comes through Herodotus, doesn't it? Or am I saying that in reverse?
Manetho was an Egyptian priest. I forget what time period he lived. About 400 BC. What time is period Manetho? 500.
Yeah, that's about right. 4th century BC.
Yeah. So he's a Hellenized Egyptian priest.
Well, he's the one. They say he's the priest to Ptolemy, from my understanding.
Okay, yeah. Because I kind of
like this map. I like this map.
Yeah, And this kind of what you, because I was just getting ready to say, this is kind of what you were saying, right? Earlier about the Nehesi.
Because all of these would be Nehesi groups. All of them.
Yep.
The Magi, we see Wawat. Most times people talk about Nubia, they really just talking about Wawat.
Yeah.
That's actually Taseti is in Wawat, first known. Yeah, so two, Timna, Yam. And these would be
Where Steve's at? Is Steve's
We need
in
to
that
get
location?
Kassar back up here.
So right here it said Wawa, Yam, the Magi are not place names; they are the names of Cushite or Nehesi tribes, right?
So when he's talking about what Thebes is at, Thebes would be like right, well, where it says Egypt would kind of be where it's because it would be Waset. Yeah.
Yep, Waset. Yeah.
I
That's
bet.
where Waset
Yeah.
is at.
Yep, right in there.
No, I just wanted to see where it was at on that map. Because I know it's like in the middle. Yeah, so that's about right.
Not far from Wawa.
What about I see Magi right there.
So those hills we talking about, those that we saw, those will represent that
right
region
here.
where
Yep. These right here. Yeah, all this right here, yeah. Region. Because I know from where the White Nile and the Blue Nile flows, those are two hill regions. Right? And then there's a third.
You know about Wawa, you know something.
So that's why this determinative with these three hill regions makes sense if you're looking at this map.
Yep. It represents the geographical regions in Nubia.
Yeah. And so,
Bet you,
but
bet you.
I can go.
So Capone, you ain't conceded yet because Yara, for just so listening to everything I done said about the Padan Aram and northern Turkey location, opposed to what D. Capone has presented, what do you think about the arguments?
Well, I haven't fully heard the brother's argument. To be fair, I haven't fully heard his argument. But I can speak to our conversation. I haven't really heard you take a misstep in what I understand. So that, like I said, that's according to my understanding. So
I'm just asking them because I really think everything depends.
Yeah, so like my honest assessment, I haven't heard
him.
I haven't heard you take a misstep in the conversation you and I have been having. But like
So
I said, I haven't
Capone,
heard with this whole argument. though.
Capone,
I
what do
haven't
you
heard
think? What do you think, Capone?
That's what's that? That's Taharka, right?
No, we're talking about in regards to the earth thing.
No, this Shure, this King Shure.
Oh, that's sure. Who's Shushank?
No, Shure. Yeah.
All right. So what you were saying, King J? Can't hear
About the location. What do you think about?
Yeah, there you go. Shalom, Kassad.
You might be breaking up.
Is this Kassad on here?
Yeah, masterful work out.
Hey, yeah, I gotta clap it up, man. All praise for the art, man. Like
You see how it looked right there? So even right there, it looked kind of like a crown. You know what I'm saying? But he don't say that. Josephus don't necessarily say that it is a crown. He say it denotes a crown. That's
yeah. I mean, if you're talking about in terms of a ruler, you probably would use that type of determinative. Am I correct, King J?
Yeah.
No.
That wouldn't be a ruler.
That's specifically a land determinative.
Right here. Huh?
The hillside one.
For the hill country, right?
The staff may not
Yeah,
even
the
that,
staff,
because we
right?
see that in the
Yeah,
see that
the
staff
staff.
as
Yeah.
the normal palette, as the throw stick.
Yeah, I mean, but we understand that this staff for this throw stick and these three, we know that this wouldn't mean that it's an ibex, though, would we? Right? We wouldn't say that, right? Because that's what your man Asiam Ka says.
No, if we read the text in full, like you see that the relief below it, that's an I, so I'm pretty sure that it probably spells ibex underneath there.
Right. Underneath.
I see the foot right. You see the foot right there? That's the B. So that's IB. So I'm pretty sure that's ibex down there somewhere.
IB. Yeah. Because IB is that because so I do know IB is IB, right? That would be IB.
Or at some point it spells. I know at some point on this Stella, it's probably Bisha too. So this is just a little crop version of it. I can't see the whole facsimile of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It says his name at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And it say he brought the Amu 37 and 37 captains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
when he bringing them to the Pharaoh, that's another thing. It's a large dude on the thing, you know, that represent the Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Asar has suggested once before.
You know, I thought that at first when I debated
Asar had suggested once before that they're coming in as captives, right? Now I can't
hear
hear
you now, brother. I can hear you.
Yeah, but he had suggested once before they're coming in as captives, but I wasn't familiar with that before, but I do know, like, when you're coming through like the King's Highway and these different, you know, forts they have set up, they may have been escorted.
Escorted, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah,
most definitely. They kept an eye on them because those pharaohs didn't trust them. So they did send garrisons. They didn't trust them at all. So they did send their garrisons and their warriors out, as well as with armed magi to keep them boys from ducking off and hiding and setting up shop in places where they didn't want them to set up shop at. Yeah, so they kept a real close eye on them coming in there. You know, so because they had a tendency of running off and hiding up in them hill countries, and they could hide there for a long time. You know, so to sort of stop that, you would think they were having royal processions bringing them in, but that's not what was happening. Those was armed guards making sure, you know, even though they was allowed to come in, you know, they kept a real close eye on them. I'm gonna wait.
Are you talking about the other man that's in the mural?
Yeah, all
with the duck bill arrows.
I think this would be him right here, and then it's some.
Yeah, that's Abishai. Abisha.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I was gonna.
That's the
man being eaten.
And but you know what's funny to me, like, you know what, the correlation in the Bible, and and talk in the Bible about the many coats and the color coat with the many different colors on it. Like, I see the fringes at the bottom, of course.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it
could be like a Jacob.
Yeah, but and it's possible, right? It's possible, but I wouldn't call them. I wouldn't call not at this time period. I wouldn't call them Israelites. I refer to them as proto-Israelites, because even the biblical narrative, the first person to use this term would be a pharaoh, an Egyptian pharaoh, or I believe one of those Asiatic groups that was ruling at the time.
So then, if we're identifying these groups as proto-Israelites, possibly, then we're realizing the gods that worshiping
It had nothing to do with El.
In the Exodus,
I'm sorry.
in the Exodus chapter 1.
Nothing to do with. Hold on. I said it wrong. Nothing to do with Yahweh. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And everything to do with.
Yeah, I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be a. That would be a term that that this group would have been using. But I do see Yahweh in older Akkadian text, so it's not a new name.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, when they came into Egypt, though, they was always known as Hebrews or Hebrew.
Agreed. I
agree.
agree.
They wouldn't call Israel or children of Israel.
Right.
Yeah, but
Can I get in here real quick?
But the groups in the Transjordan Highlands are different, and they have different deities that they worship, right? So we're talking about the Yahweh groups, the Sashu groups. So they worship a different deity than these Canaanite Amu groups.
Yeah, that's why I argue possibly that those Yahweh worshipers, the Shasu of Yahweh, those groups, they were probably worshiping Yahweh as long as some of those Levantine groups were worshiping El. I don't think he just pops up out of nowhere, right?
And what's crazy, Yahweh, is this, Yahweh, is Moses actually tells Reuben and them, hey, look, y'all can stay on this side. Y'all ain't gotta cross over, but just let me use y'all militarily first. So he sent them in first, Reuben and them, and then.
Well, that's why they stayed over there. They had no parts of the land because they didn't go.
Yeah, but the Solev inscription is what? And it's like 1600 BC, something like that.
Right.
And so doesn't that establish that that's where they already was at?
But the children of Israel don't go into the land until after.
So I'm saying, listen,
14.
that established the groups of Reuben as Edomites.
No.
No.
It doesn't? If that's where they were already was at.
I mean, the groups of Reuben would have been the Shashua Reuben would have been or RBN. I don't think it say Reuben. It's say RBN.
But hold on. The thing is you don't know when the Shashu Reuben was there. You see what I'm saying? Because that's still around the Exodus.
Right.
That's around the Exodus time.
Depending on what they
want to go. But they don't get set up in the land. They don't get their lots until 40 years after that. That Shashu inscription is already, you know what I'm saying? They already in a tribal formation. And
that's why you got to go with that 1450 date, because you got to be able to count them 50 and 40 years in the wilderness.
Right.
You can't go with
So I go with the date from when Solomon built the temple, had the temple built. And I go back from that date.
Go back from there. Yeah.
Because you gotta realize the murder Batad dates in 1208.
Can I say something real quick?
Go
ahead.
Calm, peace, and buster. Yahoo A1 of the Yara, G and Capone, Shalom Mark.
Shalom Mark.
Yeah, I had jumped back up because I had heard my name get called back up, man. But yeah, I jumped down, man, because y'all kind of was moving around. I really didn't have too much to add, but that I wanted to jump in earlier when you was talking about the contemporary reigns and the datings of the pharaohs and da. I wanted to jump in a little bit in there earlier, but I'm gonna go ahead, let y'all rock out. I'm gonna save my energy for the mob, man. Tune in. 1 o'clock Central Time. Me and Apostle is going live, man. Tune in.
At 1 o'clock?
Yeah, Central Time.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 o'clock for me then. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead, jump down. I'm gonna watch from the chat.
Yeah.
All right, peace and blessings, huh?
Yeah, peace and blessings.
Shalom. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, shalom.
Yeah, I'm about to get ready to jump down too, man. I'm about to get ready to hit this road. I done got up too early, but it's all good, man. Appreciate it again, A1, Elder Yara,
Appreciate
King J. And I just want to let you know, King J, you got stumped down, brother. You got stumped down. Okay? But it's GD and Capone. Peace and blessings. Hey, shalom.
Shalom.
It went down, man.
Them guys are so funny.
Y'all have a good night. Appreciate y'all pulling up.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
And make sure you go support Shasad at his debate or his discussion with the apostle that he's having.
Yeah, man. I'm about to chime up myself, man. But hey, man. Hey, again, shout out to A1, man. Hey, man. I appreciate your sessions over here, man. Makes great learning, great builds over here, man. Like I said, like you don't see that much like meaningful builds going on in the community when you talk about these topics, but. Got a good group over here. Hey, peace and blessings, man. To what was that? GD Capone. Shout out to my man. Who else was on here? I think he jumped down too.
Sapphire, Gideon was
Sapphire, Gideon, all my brothers.
It was almost a whole Hebrew panel for a little bit.
Yeah, almost, man. Hey, man, like we'll come out, man. If you can have a decent conversation, because I think like here's why I don't mind, having conversations with King J, because if you could talk some of this stuff out, if you could just take a minute to talk it out and have an open mind to the information on both sides, you can actually really see what's going on. Yep. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And sometimes it just ain't what we think. You see what I'm saying? But we'll never know that. We'll never get to that point, man, until we actually learn how to have a conversation and listen to each other, man, without trying to just always trying to prove the next man wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, let's just, like I said, if you're debating, but your debate should not be just trying to prove the next man wrong. Your debate should be just trying to persuade the people that, in your argument that you got, you got the best information, at that point, and let it rock, let it rock. So. But that could be anybody on any given day, man. So beware of people that tell you they won 100% of their debates. They lying. They liars. They liars. You can't believe
100% of their debates is crazy.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, you got cats out here tell you they never lost a debate. I'm trying to tell you, don't believe them. Don't believe
they be 50-0, and I've never seen them on the stage anywhere.
I'm trying to tell you, don't
where
do
did
it.
you see that?
Or all they wins is on the same platform.
Legacy only wins on the same platform.
Yeah, can't nobody judge you nowhere else, bro. Nobody judge your information nowhere, bro.
That's why I make sure to throw in that you always beat people up everywhere you go.
Hey, man. Well, that's always a mixed review for me, man. So I just come to know, what people accept, what they don't accept, they don't accept. That ain't even my position. My position is, listen, if there's an alternative, coherent argument to be made, that's what I'll give you, right? You see what I'm saying? So, it's just and that's all what it is, man. But we can't be intellectuals if we don't learn how to have conversations and build with each other. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, shout out to you, man. Shout out to the platform, man. Shout out to Titans Debate League, man. It's a solid platform, man. I appreciate it.
Shout out to you, Yara. I appreciate you pulling up
no see you
scholarship tonight. See you Sunday morning.
Man, I got like 200. I got like 200 presentations, man. I talk to my people sometimes, but I might try to come over here, man, and just share what I have, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. And you're always welcome to do stuff and then stream it to your channel as well.
Yeah, no
So that way
doubt.
you can just start stocking up on presentations and having them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then you can reference them whenever somebody asks you something.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right, man. Peace to y'all,
Appreciate
fam.
you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Sunday morning, 11, you will be
Sunday morning at
seeing
11.
Isan and Elder Yara, Mystic Discussions with an Israelite, Sunday morning at 11.
Yeah, no doubt. Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Peace, fam.
Peace.
And get Leandre up in here, man.
Yes. I'll try to make sure he pulls up for this, actually. I'll send him that link. Actually, yeah, y'all got that debate. We got to reschedule that. I'm going to see what day works for him. Tomorrow, we're going to lock that in. GD and Capone. Closing remarks?
Are you done?
I mean, I'm really not. You can sit up here and kick it. I'm just here. I'm here for the community, man. If
Chilling.
y'all ain't done, I ain't done.
It is. I do celebrate. It is the Shabbat, but you know, I'm chilling. We here. I'm resting. I'm chilling. You know. I know King J.
You cut out for a second. I can't hear you.
Oh, everybody gone.
Yeah, everybody left. It's just me and you.
Look at my phone. Everybody gone. Oh,
you funny. That's
hey,
why
hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta answer this.
Take your time, man. I'll go to a word from our sponsors while you take care of that phone.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yo.
Amazing news.
Yo.
Oh, you were still promoting? You still no,
I had
okay,
one more.
came back.
Why not?
That's
One
all.
more.
Amazing news. At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual.
Hey. Back to you, GDN.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. A1, man. Go ahead. You got to set up. Me and King J for this Abraham the Chaldees Chaldees debate. Was it in the north or the south?
Make y'all face off flyer.
Huh?
Make y'all face off flyer. Hey, he dropped off. No, he didn't answer the question. I'm gonna assume that's a yes, though. I'm gonna make the face off flyer for you and King J. You definitely next up on the list for a debate. Nobody was about to squeeze in before you. Pause. But yeah, here we go. He's back. I was having some trouble with your graphics for real. I know you saw the I like the character I made. I can't get it to do what I'm trying to get it to do, like with the animations. So I've been stuck. That's why you haven't seen yours come out. Because I started with yours before a lot of the new stuff that you actually looking at.
Right.
But I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get it working.
No,
Even
it's
if I
all
just
good.
have to, I may have to recreate something, and you may not be wearing that same outfit.
That's
So
cool.
just yeah, I'm gonna work on something. But yeah, I'll have that for you
Well, you
by.
got lose that cape. I know that.
Yo, you ain't rocking with the cape.
I ain't rocking with
I
the
got
cape.
you.
Hey,
I got you.
but whatever, man. It's an avatar. It's cool. What I was trying to say though, yeah, man, I'm patient, bro. And you know, I know you busy. I know you got your base and everything coming up, but you gotta set that up with me, and we gotta have that. Yeah, we gotta have that sit down. We gotta have a face off discussion, at least for like, I guess 30. Well, how long the face offs be? Like 30, 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
At least from an hour to an hour and a half, I'll say.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, we gotta run that.
You already got the topic, huh?
It could be a face off. The topic we've been discussing is about the two Urs. Kasdim, is it in southern Mesopotamia or northern Mesopotamia? But I don't know how we're gonna I gotta figure out a better, more concise topic. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go.
But that could come out in the face-off discussion too as well. You know, we can agree on a topic, and yeah, you can see King J get whooped in the face. Well, you can see him. You'll see his scholarship get destroyed, right? Because that's a modern stance. It's modern, and for them to say things is outdated when we talking about ancient things, it's kind of like some of it can be like an oxymoron. Because why is they being changed all of a sudden if there's no proof of the change other than names sounding the same and things of that nature? So now you're making an assumption to change the record, but it ain't that. So I just want to say this. They left the Chaldees. They left the Chaldeans, right? And they settled in the north. Now, if the where they left from was adjacent to it was east of where they ended up at, then that's not you leaving. You still in the same area. You know what I'm saying? You still there. You still amongst the Chaldeans. You just went off a few blocks. No, that ain't. I mean, a few miles. No, that ain't what happened. They made a migration into another place where they forsake those practices and all that. Started doing monotheism and everything. So yeah, and also another thing I was trying to bring this out, and I'm gonna touch on more of this in the debate. King J don't understand the grammatical rules in linguistics because he said the Chaldean, because the Chaldean is what the Greeks translated as Chaldean, right? But in the Sumerian, it was called what? Galdu. Then it went from Galdu, and it's called a phonetic shift to the Kasdim with the S. And the Hebrew captured the S, and that's only done in the middle, in the second millennium BC, the old Babylonian kingdom, right? And that's only done then. And then when you get to the Greeks, it says Chaldean. Now he want to make this whole point about the Chaldean and the Kasdim. Well, we have a Greek Septuagint. When you read that in the Greek Septuagint, it's going to say Chaldean with the L, hinting at what? Chaldean. So the brothers is all over the place. You got to understand the linguistics. You got to understand the phonetic shifts. I got a scholarly paper by a THD. That's he got a theologian degree. Theology. I mean, I said theologian. A theology degree, doctors in a theology doctor's degree, right? So, on the subject. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like you gotta it's certain nuances in these discussions that we be having, right? Is because you got linguistics, you got archaeology, you got accounts, written attestments, primaries, and all these different things. So you got to take everything into account, not just one thing. Oh, they named this place. This place is Tira. This place is around. So they must be around it. No, because these people been honored. When have those places been named at? Right? That's not enough evidence. And I'm gonna deal with that. I'm gonna deal with his argument. I'm definitely gonna attack it. But we need to have the face off first. You know. Also the Hyksos discussion we was talking about. I studied that extensively, right? I had a debate with Humble on it. Y'all can check it out. It's on YouTube. It's actually on the Sister It's a Queen YouTube channel, Dual of Concepts, right? It's me versus Humble. It's in 3 parts. I believe I won on that debate. They gave Humble the win. I'm just saying y'all that. Congrats, bravo to that brother. But I destroyed him in that debate. Only reason he got the win is because the Bum Squad was the judges. Let me just say it like that. The Bum Squad was the judges.
Shout out, it's a queen. Shout out to Bum Squad. Shout out Dual of Concepts.
Yeah. So yeah, but I don't know, man. I like these discussions. I like historical discussions, man. And y'all gonna see some more. We gonna keep bringing it. Y'all see, I knew more about the Egyptian stuff than King. I know more. It ain't about knowing more. It's just I'm familiar with these things, with these terms, proper place. Because a lot of people they study these things like the primaries and everything, but then they start conflating and jumbling and putting things and putting the Solab inscription to the Proto-Israelites when you can't do that. The Solab inscription is in 1600 BC. The Israelites don't come out of Egypt into it's 2 dates they give. They give one 1446, which I gravitate to, and the other one is 12 in the new around Ramses time, 1200 something, 1250 BC, I think. Those are the 2 dates. It's not a question did the Exodus happen. The question is when. So those are the 2 days that the scholars debate about. So you can't eat both of those dates is way after the Soleb inscription. So they wouldn't been known as Reuben nothing because they had Egyptian names. And by that time, Reuben them done already died and everything. So, and I don't know, man, but I don't know, y'all brothers, man. King J, put your 3D goggles on, bro. I'm coming right at you. You can ask Humble, bro. These hurt. You from Chicago, you know what I'm talking about. these hurt, bro. Tell you. But yeah, shalom. Shout out to A1, man. Everyone. Ben Eden, you on the hit list too. Ben Eden, I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I'm pretty sure you can find a topic for us, Ben Eden. But yeah,
we're about to set some stuff up next week for you. Maybe a healthy discussion with you and Ben Eaton, not a formal debate, and then maybe a face-off with you and King J. So be on the lookout for those two coming up from Capone.
That's what's up.
For sure. You at the top of the list, Capone. You up next, man. I just couldn't get them graphics, or you would already have something out.
No, it's all good, bro. I told you I ain't gonna come through on every show. I told you that. I'm like, man, I'll be chilling, but I'm listening. I'll watch the playback. You know what I'm saying? Just to be aware, you know.
Be careful, y'all. He's out here studying y'all work. He listens twice as much as he talks. So yeah, that's always the one that you should worry about. The person.
Also, yeah. When y'all check out Issa panel, me and Issa, we debated the creation and what's that? Creation and evolution. So a lot of this stuff y'all talking about, we already fleshed out. That's why they all equipped, you know.
I already seen her debate against Humble. I already saw that.
Oh, you saw the debate with me and Humble? What you think?
Yeah, I saw that like a month or two ago. It was fire. Yeah, I like how it was impromptu and it was on Bigo. So it was the first time I ever saw a Bigo debate. I thought that was fire how y'all did it. The presentation, the way y'all were sharing y'all screen. I mean, you know how it is. It's not like what I'm used to over here. But I thought it was fire. Your argumentation was there. That's what was dope.
No, that's what's up, man.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man.
That's how I knew he was ready. I'm like, yeah, he ready. He ready. Like he don't need no coaching. I could throw him right in, and he gonna get busy.
Oh yeah, it was going down. Yeah. You know, that was when I debated Humble. That probably was. I debated a few people before him. I debated like 2 people, but they was like right next to each other. So that was like my first time really debating. So by the time I debated Humble, I debated 2 people already.
And y'all decorum was up, man. That was a good show, man. Y'all did y'all thing, man. Respectful, you know, but still brought that fire. It definitely wasn't born. I know that. So yeah, man. You know. Shout out to everybody watching. If you aren't subscribed to Titans Debate League, make sure you subscribe. YouTube.com/@Titans Debate League. You know, that's easy to remember. Support that Cash App, hit that up. You know, that goes into the fund to help pay these debaters, man, and help us bring more fire guests. Got some big guests we're about to be booking here. You know, I've been stacking every penny y'all send. So yeah, keep doing your thing. We appreciate you here. Like I say, I'm on my job rule. Where would I be without you, right? You feel me? And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. We're going to end with the song by Connie Son, Family All Around Me. Y'all have a blessed night. I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Family all around me.
my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, we are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gon' pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they get feeling, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gon' pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.